Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the July 2nd, 2015 Board of Adjustment meeting. Before we begin our business today, I'd like to acknowledge that this has all the appearances that it's going to be a long meeting. If you need to excuse yourself to address parking issues or to use a washroom, you're welcome to do that, but it does not relieve you of the obligation to know where your case is in the agenda and the order of our business, and you need to make sure that you are back in this room and present when your case is called. Our first order of business is to receive the minutes of the June 4th, 2015 meeting.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Register your vote. Ms. Powers. Minutes are received. Next is continuance requests or withdrawals from staff.
We have 3 today. Item number, hold on. Item number 19, case number 14071 is requesting a continuance to August 6th. Item number 20, case number 14072 is requesting a continuance to August 6th. And item number 21, case number 14078 is requesting to be withdrawn.
I would entertain a separate motion on each of those requests.
I'll make a motion to continue case number 14071 to August the 6th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Register your vote. That case is continued.
I'll make a motion to continue case number 14072 to August the 6th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Register your vote. That case is continued.
Make a motion to withdraw case number 14078.
Second.
A motion and a second. Register your vote. That case is withdrawn. Do we have continuance or withdrawal requests from the public?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Eric Groves. I'm an attorney. I represent Trey Resources. And informally, I asked you, could we hear item number 15 before we hear 12, 13, 14, and 16? And I'm asking the board to do that because the disposal well application, which is for a special exception, may be the least contentious of the matters that we have. It's been put off once or twice before. If it's heard first, we will have the opportunity to talk with protestants out in the hall. They can meet with our professionals, and we may be able to answer their questions. I know you're not inclined to alter the agenda, but I think I'm duty-bound to make that request.
I understand that. And I did so that the board knows that Mr. Groves and I visited for just a moment, and he told me he was going to make this request, and I told him my position was going to be that we let the agenda stand.
Denied?
I don't have an issue. I would agree that we should just let the agenda stand as it says.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll deny your
All
request.
right, thank you.
Any other continuance or withdrawal requests from the public? Hearing none, we'll proceed.
Item number 1, case number 14007, request of Richard Brown for a variance to the 5-acre minimum lot size and access to an approved street located at 5700 North Coltrane Road.
Is there anyone here to speak on this variance request? Please come to the podium. If you would, just give us your name and address for the record and tell us about your request.
Curtis Taggart, 5724 North Coltrane. His road is the one going through my yard, and it's still in court. I'm actually suing him for the easement.
So are you representing the applicant or you are representing a protest?
Protest.
Okay. Is Mr. Brown or anyone representing Mr. Brown here today? Do you know what the resolution of your court action is?
It's still in.
Are you represented by counsel?
Yes, on the court side.
What's your attorney's name? Jeremy Mason?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
He has appeared and protested, and I think we continued this case previously.
The issue is of the litigation, which is not really a matter before this board, is one of access to the property. It doesn't really affect our ability to hear the case on the merits as it relates to the variance request. Is that correct? Would you agree with that, Laura, or?
That's correct.
Okay.
You may notice we've continued this January 22nd, February the 5th, March 5th, April 16th, and May 21st, and the applicant has not appeared again. So we have the option of continuing this or denying the variance request and allowing them to work out their differences in court.
There's other pathways to his property other than through my yard, which wouldn't affect any other values. of
And again, as
someone's
Scott
homes.
mentioned, you know, the scope of what we're going to consider today may not include some of the differences between you and Mr. Brown. What is the board's?
Trying to take off my lawyer hat here. I have concern about the applicant having access to his property. I mean, having access to a public street. And it seems to me that it's relevant to our consideration of that issue, whether or not the court case is resolved in his favor or not in his favor. On the other hand, it also seems to me it would be relevant to the resolution of the case, whether he's got some other access than the easement. I guess I would be, has he not appeared for any of these hearings?
I do remember, and I'm speaking a little bit out of turn, but I do recall that there was a representative here for at least the first two, it seems like. And then after that, it was continued. Again, I'm going off memory, but it was continued because this action was continuing to be discussed. Kathy, is that, you dealt with the
I think
applications?
He was here for the first couple of meetings, and then the court case came up, and I think he had an attorney here, or your attorney was,
My attorney
your
was
attorney
here,
was
his
here,
wasn't.
and they were going to settle it through the court with the access, because you just bought the property right before, or after, or during, while this was going on, you purchased the property.
I was purchasing this property when he obtained the easement rights. And there is other access to his property legal-wise other than through mine. They're stating that he purchased the easement fraudulently.
Okay, I guess what I would be inclined to do in this case is to continue it one more time, to contact parties on both sides, make it clear to them that the next meeting of the Board of Adjustment, we're going to decide this case.
Okay, I'll contact Mr. Brown, because I didn't hear from him this time. I have heard from him in the past, but I did not hear from him this time.
I'll support Janice's position on that. I would make it clear that this is the next meeting will be the
August the 6th.
7th time we've tried to hear it. So that's plenty of opportunity. So with that, I would move to continue the case until August the 6th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Register your vote. The case is continued to August the 6th.
Item number 2, case number 14056, request of Rose Creek Property Owners Association for a variance to the sign regulations located at 2900 Rose Creek Drive.
Afternoon. My name is Andrew Oster, 16800 Shore Run Drive. I represent the Rose Creek Property Owners Association Board. In the application of this variance request, we feel like that there may have been a misunderstanding in the application process and the measurements. So I would like to bring our landscape architect up to talk about examples of similar signage, measurements he's made, and let him take it from there.
Before we launch into that, is there anybody that signed up in opposition to this application?
I have a stack of people who wish to speak at today's meeting, and I'm not sure. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Could you raise your hand? It appears not at this time.
My name is Scott Howard. I'm a landscape architect. I'm the one who has designed the sign.
I am a Rose Creek resident, address 3549 Northwest 173rd Circle. I think the main issue, as Andrew suggested, is we feel there was an error in how the signage surface area was calculated. By reading the signage code, the ordinance, we are allowed 2 signs with 35 square feet per sign of surface area for the actual lettering. We have made some revisions to the sign, and you'll see on the first page is where our sign is proposed to be located. It is quite a distance off of the road. There's an existing wall, and we're proposing to put this signage component up behind the wall, about 6 feet away from that. Page 2 reflects the actual sign component that we're wanting to do. The sign will be a veneer of rock or stone that matches our existing walls. And you can see in the red box shows the lettering, and it's within 35 square foot, which meets the code. Our wall, we've shortened from 32 foot to 26 foot, and the wall height is 5 foot in height. And we feel this is far less than many other examples, which I'd also like to show you examples.
Mr. Chairman, you know I'm no great supporter of sign variances, but, and less so even, I must say, in planned unit developments where these things generally are negotiated at some length. But I have to say, this kind of an application, it seems to me, is really more of a decorative element than a sign. And I think that it's, you know, well back from the right-of-way. It's not causing any kind of site triangle issues. And I would be inclined to move for approval.
I have a quick point of clarity for my own benefit. Can Kathy, from a staff perspective, or maybe Laura, this is better suited for you to answer, does the ordinance address what is technically defined as a component of the sign surface area? Because I'm with Janice, this is like a combination of landscape element and signage. So I'm curious if there's a definition there that...
The wording, I guess, you know, versus the whole surface is the
Yeah,
question.
they look at the whole surface, which I think the bottom portion of this is mostly retaining wall, isn't it?
Yes, and I removed that from the graphic so that it wouldn't cause any
Okay,
confusion.
and that's what, they're counting all of that retaining wall and all the brickwork.
In the 160? Or in the, whatever, it was
In their
160, right?
calculations, yes.
they
They're
were
not
counting all
counting
that.
just the letters, they're counting the whole thing.
I'm in agreement with Janice. I think the intent of the sign ordinance is to prevent signs that obviously intrude within that bound of sign surface area. When you combine it with landscape and you've got retaining walls and rock ledges and things, I think that's not flying in the face of the ordinance to say that a variance would be appropriate. And based on that and Janice's comments, I'll move for approval.
Thank you.
Second approval.
We have a motion and a second. Register your vote. You are approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 3, case number 14062, request of Landmark Land Company for a variance to the sign regulations located at 13,000 South Meridian.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Here on behalf of the applicant, also with me is Mr. Isaac Christian with Landmark Homes. We have an application for a variance for a sign in the median. It's kind of like the last case you just heard. This is a bit of a unique situation when you see the rendering that's getting passed around. If this sign were not located in the median, it would be less than what is permitted. The sign you see is 6 feet in height, 32 square feet, but because technically it's in the median, it needs to be less. Now, obviously, the concern with signs in the median is sight visibility. So what I've done is provided a couple exhibits so you can see this sign is set back a significant distance from the arterial. So it does not create any sight distance. We think what we have is certainly an appropriate sign. It's a sign that is common in residential neighborhoods, and it's in fact even less in height and size than what is commonly negotiated in the PUDs that Ms. Powers just spoke of. So we'd be happy to answer any questions. We'd ask for your approval.
Mr. Box, what's the surface area of the sign itself laid within your monument boundary there, your landscape rock? And timber posts?
Staff has measured it at 32 square feet. And I don't know if staff is,
Kathy, do you know from a staff perspective if that is inclusive of the,
just the stone with the letters.
it would include the stone? I'll make a motion to approve the application.
I have a motion and a second. Register your vote. You
Thank
are
you.
approved.
Item number 4, case number 14073, request of Brooklyn Workman for a variance to the side yard setback located at 8815 Legacy Crossing Drive.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Sylvia Nettleton, and I'm representing the applicant for On Point Builders. We're requesting a wing wall at the home on the south side. It's just to hide the air conditioner condensers, and do you have any questions? I'm sorry. Just
Point out to the board that the statutory requirements were not originally addressed, but you should have received an email, I believe, that the applicant responded to that.
Well, I mean, I just would have to ask my builder. I can get with them, and she requested if we could do it next week.
Or am I mistaken? Was it another case where the
was
statutory?
another case.
It was another case. Pardon me.
Is that good? I'm sorry.
Just, members are considering your request.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I have a-
I've never done this, I apologize.
Yeah, you're fine. I have a question. There's a more current aerial that's available for your property that shows a secondary structure that was built along what would be the north property line.
Am I looking at this?
No, it would be just a current aerial. It would be from actually March of 15 that shows a structure along the north, but that's not contemplated by your drawing.
Oh, okay, yes, I see. Uh-huh. I'll have to take this to them. That wasn't part of this, so that has been built.
Okay. Is
But
that,
it's
is that
not-
also in the setback?
Well, I'll have to ask. Like I said, I'm just here representing them.
I'm going to
Okay.
suggest that we consider a
Continue.
I
continuance.
think you should do this.
August the 6th?
August the
Acceptable to you?
6th. I'll tell them, thank you.
Make a motion to continue it to August the 6th.
A motion and a second. You're continued to August the 6th. Thank you.
Item number 5, case number 14074, request of Dell and Sherry Robertson for a variance to allow a 4,000 square foot accessory building exceeding the maximum 1,950 square feet and the 14-foot maximum height limit located at 7345 Bob White Trail.
Give us your name and address for the record.
Dale Robertson, 7345 Bob White Trail, Jones, Oklahoma.
We've got your application in front of us. Go ahead and tell us what you want to do.
Yeah, so it's pretty straightforward. You see the home is sitting out there by the road. I did submit another sketch. I don't know if you have it available. But anyway, another 150 foot behind the house is where I plan to put the accessory building.
I have a question of Kathy about this. I was a little confused by the wording of the request as it's set out in the staff report, indicating that there is also a request to vary the height regulation for buildings with walls constructed of exterior metal finish. But there's not any mention of the fact that they would need an actual variance, if that's quite right, to put up a metal building, wouldn't they? I mean, doesn't the metal building itself violate our ordinances?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe it does in the RA district.
Okay,
There's plenty other examples of metal buildings in the subdivision that I'm
you
in.
can't go by that.
Okay.
Some of your neighbors, I believe, are protesting this request of yours. Have you,
Yeah, the protest that was raised was not against the building. It had to do with the part of the building that faced the street of having a brick or rock veneer on it. And I would say that if the building were down close to my house to where there was I could see that.
Well, that's actually a matter that's addressed in some of the protesters, by some of the protesters. We can let them speak for themselves, but a lot of what they're addressing are also private matters that deal with CC&Rs that are agreements that are not before this board. But the question I would have for you is, I was not able to drive the area in advance, but I did look at an aerial, and I don't see any structures that are anywhere near this size. Are you aware of any structures in this area that are anywhere near 4,000 square feet in size?
Yes, so it's one street to the east of me, there's a 4,000 square foot metal building.
I am concerned about the size of the structure and the metal siding. The metal siding, you're telling me, is not prohibited in this?
I would have to look in the code, so, to make sure.
But 4,000 square feet is a large building. You're allowed 1,950. And that's a problem for me. And I understand in your application, you stated, the uses and proposed uses. And I understand that. But to me, it may be that, you need to build in conformance to, what's allowed. And you may have to have some other space, somewhere else to store some of your other out-of-season equipment. But 4,000 for me is too much.
So,
It is more than twice what would be permitted, and that is really a large building, especially for a house that has a 4-car garage. The coverage of the lot at that point is just really significant, so I tend to agree that this is just a bridge too far. It's just too big.
so
Do we need to hear from some of the people that came to speak?
I don't believe that I've got anybody formally requesting, but I do have people present. If I could ask you to excuse you for now and allow some of the other people that have come to speak on this matter, give them a chance to express their point
do I
of view.
need to step outside?
No, just have a seat, please. One at a time, please.
My name is Gary Spencer. I'm here representing my father, who we developed this subdivision, and we actually built the house that the gentleman is requesting here. And we're objecting that we've built some buildings in there, but we've put brick on all the faces of them that we've done. Now, there are some metal buildings that they put up, but nothing at this size at all. And this thing, the height of it, and if you look at the topo of this property, where he's going to put that building at, it's probably 50 to 60 foot fall. That building is going to be at the top of his back of his lot, and it will just overshadow the house and everything. And, I have no problem with him building a building, but it's way out of the size and that. But if you've got any questions, we built probably 75% of the houses in this subdivision, so we know about everything there.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Any questions?
I know.
Mr. Spencer, my law firm may have represented you in the past, Feller Snyder, is that true?
It might have been my dad.
Steve Stevens?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, should I recuse, or should we, I should probably recuse from voting on this, do you think?
If
you feel as though your participation in voting on this matter would create an appearance of impropriety, then it would be best to recuse yourself.
I think that would be
Yeah,
best.
I
I'll
know,
recuse.
yeah, Kevin, I just now remember, yeah, I know you, so.
That'd be fine if you just leave your microphone here and step into the conference room, and somebody will come get you when we've completed our deliberation. Thank you for your comments.
If you have any questions, just, thank you.
Mr. Austin, if the sidewalls on the building are over 14 feet tall, he will need a variance.
Okay.
For that.
Anybody else to
For
speak
the
on
middle.
this application?
If there's no one else, I am, again, I don't know about any other structures, whether they're legal, which is the point you made. We can't go by that. What I can see is that there's been a concerted effort in the area, whether through CC&Rs or general consensus. These structures have been in conformance in large part, and this structure is so far out of conformance with the surrounding properties in the area and so far above what the ordinance would allow. I'm going to move to deny the application.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny the application. Register your vote. Mr. Robertson, your application has been denied, sir. Thank you for coming today.
Item number 6, case number 14075, request of Black Rock Homes for a variance to the 25-foot platted front building line located at 8244 Northwest 159th Street.
My name's Charles Allen. I'm with Hale Surveying. This home is in Council Ridge, and the PUD in this, for this
Why don't we
neighborhood.
wait just a moment and give Kevin a chance to rejoin us? Thank you for being understanding. Please proceed.
This subdivision's Council Ridge, and in the PUD, they stagger the front setbacks from 20 to 25 feet along 159th Street. Unfortunately, the builder of this home aligned their house with the home to the east that has a 20-foot setback, and that's why that's why this is actually built over the 25-foot building line. Be happy to answer any questions.
Is there anyone here in opposition to this application?
Nobody has signed up to speak. Anybody here that wants to speak on this application? I see and hearing from no one.
I'd make a motion to approve the application, to grant the variance.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Register your vote. You are approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, case number 14076, request of Colleen Sturial for a variance to the minimum lot size located at 10601 McLean Avenue.
Are you the applicant or speaking for the applicant?
I'm speaking for the applicant. I'm the buyer of the property.
If you would, give us your name and address.
My name
for
is
the record.
Eric Westfall. It's 101 Mesa Verde, Yukon, Oklahoma.
Go ahead and speak to the application.
What we have done is I have gone into contract of purchasing the south 5 acres, and in this time we found after the survey that the seller who owns the property to the north, which encompasses this area, that her barn and her water well was placed on the south side of the property line. And she had bought this property as is some years ago as 15 acres, and she sold the north 5 acres, and I'm buying the south. And we've exhausted about all means we can of coming to an agreement. And actually, in mediation, we came to this idea of trying to get a variance where we move the property line where she can keep the barn, she can keep the water well as is, and I'm buying what is mine and not buying what she would need. Right after mediation, we met with the surveyor, and we determined that the most sensible location for the property line was option A, because the natural fall and where the tree line is, and because the setback, if we did it on option B, it would render that wedge pretty much useless for both her and I as neighbors. So moving it to A would give her the ability to use that however she would like. We are proposing to build our home on the south side, put it on the other side of the lot, approximately a 2,500 farmhouse style. So we're wanting to increase the value of the property and also be good neighbors. And I know there was one protest, and I certainly understand that. We've exhausted just about every option we could, and that's why we're here today. So thank you for your time.
So you and your neighbor are in an agreement on this proposal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm the buyer. She's the actual applicant. She's out of state, so she asked if I could be here, and I said absolutely. We're in agreement that option A is what we would certainly like. Option B is basically if option A is deemed unnecessary by the board, then we're trying to save the time, the valuable time of the board, and try to knock it out that way.
Thank you.
And we do have a couple of protest letters in your packet, and we do have a request from somebody that wishes to protest the application. Yes, sir.
We're both here today because we, among many others, signed the letter of protest.
Before we start, would you both give us your name and address for the record?
Clifford Heron, I'm at 13124 Savage Road, which is lots 2 and 3 of Majestic Heights.
Okay.
I am Robert Moynihan, 13,233 Savage Road, which is lot 23. Do you have a map that you could put up there? There was one that was sent to us. Okay, that's part of our addition. I presented to your staff member the lot drawing for the entire addition, and there are 25 different lots. Of the ones who were available, 19 signed a protest against this, 19 of 25. The other ones, 3 were Colleen, well, the one that was sold by Colleen to another person.
Lot 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, lot 7 is a northern parcel there.
The southern 9 is the one that's sold.
Yeah. Anyways, everyone who was available is against this because of the reduction of the 5 acres. It's in the CC&Rs. All acreage should be a 5-acre minimum. We have come up with a proposal, and we have the CC&Rs here, if necessary, is that you don't need to separate the land. All she needs to do is have access to it. It was definitely very poor planning, because if you look at the drawing, on the northern picture, it shows the barn that's her residence is right on the property line between the 2 lots. The lower one is also right on the property line, which is her actual barn, and according to the CC&Rs, both of them are supposed to be offset by 50 feet from the line. So I raised a question with John Wilson and the staff there. Are these things legal? Were permits pulled on? Anyways, what we're proposing so that this gentleman can buy his lot
is leave it as 5 acres and give an easement on Lot 7, which is the lower one, to the benefit of Lot 8, the northern one, of the barn and of the water well. Now, for the water well, maybe a 20-foot wide direct shot to the water well from the residence, and around the barn, maybe a 25 permit.
Let me interrupt you for a moment and ask you this. Have you talked to the applicant and the proposed buyer about this proposal that you have?
No, I have talked to Colleen twice.
What I might suggest,
I don't know where she is.
We can't find her.
but what I might suggest is this sounds like that it's a discussion that you all need to have to see if you can work this out in a way that preserves the 5-acre minimum and allows this gentleman.
Well, but the truth is that there is no real way to preserve the 5-acre minimum. The total land size here is 9.58 acres. So that's not even an option, which is why it's appropriate
You
for
mean
this.
they're both not 5 acres?
We're told that the subject lot is 9.58 acres in total. Is that correct, Kathy?
That is correct according to what
Okay.
county
And
record?
I would tell you what we told a prior case today, which is that your CC&Rs are not something that we can hear issues about. That's a private contract between two landowners, okay? Right. So I would encourage you, as Jeff said, to try and visit about it if you'd like to. Your buyer is here, and we could certainly extend this.
Well,
Sir?
let me speak right here.
Just a second.
Let me speak.
Just a second.
I have talked to the buyer. Wasn't it you I talked to on the phone? He told me on the-
Gentlemen, just a moment.
What we're trying to do is keep you all from forcing us to make a vote on a matter without considering your attempt to cordially resolve this between the two of you. And if you'd like that opportunity, I think we'd be willing as a board to move this to the end of the agenda and let you guys try and work out a resolution, and we can hear the case at the end.
Yeah, I would encourage you all to sit down and see if you can work this out. I mean, even if we have to continue it to the next docket, but even if you get, a mediation, that by far is a better result than asking us to vote on it, I think.
So if you're agreeable, we're going to excuse you at this point, move you to the end of the docket. You can step out in the hallway and visit with the potential buyer, and you can discuss this
Mr.
option with
Chairman,
him.
could I suggest that we at least offer them the opportunity to simply continue this case? It is going to be a long docket today.
Yeah, going to the end of the docket today is not open for me.
Would you entertain a...
Going to a later date would work.
Would you be open to a continuance on August the 6th?
Let me ask this question first. As you said, somebody said, it's part of an original agreement between a buyer and a seller that these lots are the way they are, and they're in the CCRs, which are part of the deeds. Therefore, can you even make a change?
We can make a change based on the variance request, but we can't make a change based on your CC&Rs, and in fact can't render any opinion about your CC&Rs.
Oh, no, what I'm saying is the CCRs are part of our original land purchase agreement in the deeds.
We understand what you're saying. One of those is a private matter and one of those is a public matter. You'd need to seek legal counsel outside of this board in order to ascertain the discrepancy and the differences between the two.
Okay. Could I ask a question? This is the memo the two of us consulted on, I typed out, and then went around and got all 19 signatures with the addresses, phone numbers, lot numbers. Did you all see this?
We are in
have seen it.
possession of that, yes.
Okay, we will visit with him if he's available.
He has requested the opportunity to speak again.
Yeah, I would just say that, we've looked at doing the, granting the easement, and kind of what it boils down to on that property line, that she had bought the entire 15 acres, and then she's splitting up those and keeping her middle 5 acres. So it wasn't her that had built the structures, but we had talked about this easement, and the problem that I had was buying the 5 acres and then giving back 75 foot of it immediately after and paying for the 5 acres. So this would, in effect, just move the property line instead of the easement, and
I think at this point, our preference is for you to either accept or not accept the continuance request to August the 6th. This way you'll have plenty of time to discuss this matter.
Well, with the and I appreciate that. With the mediation, I don't know what discussion that we can have that would change the agreement or what the seller and myself have come up with. I don't know if anything, since we've talked about every option, we've gone over just about every option that we know.
But with respect to your mediation, you didn't have the other property owners involved in that.
Correct.
And it just, we can go ahead and move forward, but I would just encourage you to sit down with them, and maybe the seller, when she understands the other aspects of this, that it may impact kind of how you're reacting. But, if you don't want to continue it, we're happy to move forward.
We also have a letter signed by 18 or 19 people who surround this property, and one of the things that we have to consider is the potential public harm that this causes.
Certainly.
And having that many people in one area that opposed to it, I would encourage you to, again, to take our recommendation here and let us continue this, get with these fine people and try to work this out and come back before the board.
Sounds good.
I make a motion that we continue this case to August the 6th.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Register your vote. You're continued to August the 6th.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 8, case number 14077, request of Mitchell Walker for a variance to the 150-foot minimum lot width located at 13801 Southeast 119th Street. And this is the one that you got the statutory standards for.
Hello, Mitchell Walker, 12792 McKenzie Street, Choctaw. What I'm looking to do is get a variance on the 150-foot frontage width. We only have 50-foot adjacent to 119th Street, and we bought this property in the odd shape that it is, but there was a pre-existing home in the northern 5 acres. So we did not realize that there was a requirement to have 150 feet on the road.
There was an existing structure there, correct?
Correct.
But it looked like in an aerial that I saw that it had recently been hit by a storm or something.
Yeah, well, there was a tornado that came through and knocked down several trees and part of that house. That house was already in pretty rough shape. I think it was a house built in the 40s.
Okay, so that wasn't a structure that you were already occupying. It was damaged, and so you were going to get a permit to
I have a
reconstruct.
permit to demolish that.
And just reconstruct now.
We were wanting to build on the lower 5 acres instead of the 5 acres.
What would be the kind of the vertical 5-acre piece right there coming off that 50-foot entrance?
Yes.
Okay. But there was an existing residential structure there prior to you purchasing it that was damaged by the storm, but it was occupied at some point.
At some point, it was occupied.
Okay.
Do we have the ability to condition a variance? Is that an option?
We can put some very specific qualifications on it. but-
As odd as it may sound, the only concern I would really have about the 50-foot variance, I guess, is that there not be something constructed on it, that it limit construction to not the 50 feet. Is that something that we can do?
I think we could limit it to a portion of the legal description.
It would be hard to enforce that, though, I think. Is the 50-foot the drive?
Yes,
is that the drive
that is
back
the road.
to the...
That's a pre-existing
That's the
road
drive
that
back to
leads to that house in the northern part.
Well, there's actually a driveway, we'll call it, for lack of a better term,
Yes.
on the 50-foot.
Let me see if
I don't know.
I mean, the only way to satisfy that I can think of practically to do what you're asking is he could certainly have that 5-acre area shot and then amend his application to request a variance for that 5 acre But you're looking, I mean,
I don't care which part of the rest of the lot he builds on, as long as there's not something constructed on the 50-foot strip, other than a driveway. I mean,
We have no intention of building, I mean, that's our means of access. As you can see, the aerial they put up the road there.
never mind. I guess as a practical matter, it's probably will resolve itself.
is there anyone here in opposition of this application?
None that I'm aware. Anybody wish to speak on this application? Do you, sir? Let me excuse you for just a moment and allow this gentleman to speak. If you would, give us your name and address. And
my name is Gene Link. I live at 13636 Southeast 114th,
okay,
which is just northwest of the property. And I have no objection to him using the 50-foot strip as access to his 5 acres behind. I do have objection to setting a precedent for a variance to the 150-foot lot width in an area where everyone's on wells and septic tanks.
Well, the good thing about variance...
I really don't think that should be considered a lot. It should be considered an access road.
The good thing about variances is that they are considered on an individual basis, and they each have to
Understand.
stand on their own merit. So we're not setting a precedent if we are to grant this variance. We're simply granting the variance based on this specific set of facts.
I have no objection whatever to Mr. Walker using that 50-foot strip as the access road, which has been its present use and for at least the last 50 years. It's been used as an access road.
And I think if this didn't represent the only access to the property, we might consider this
That would be
differently.
his only access without coming in from the other way through someone else's property.
So you can be assured that this doesn't set a precedent to allow others to do
As
that?
long as there's no structures on it, I have no objection.
And I think we can structure the motion and state that no structure, no permanent structure would be allowed on that 50-foot wide access road. Again, I'm not sure whether it's enforceable, but we can at least make it a part of our action today.
Well, I suppose that way, if it does pose a problem in the future, there's at least recourse there that variance was conditioned on that. We're looking at you, Laura.
I'm nodding.
Well, I thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this application? Do we have a motion or an amended motion?
I would just make a motion that we approve the variance request conditioned upon the applicant not building any structure in the 50-foot driveway easement or 50-foot driveway access.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second. Register your vote. You are approved.
Item number 9, case number 14079, request of Justin Rhodes Homes for a variance to the 15-foot platted side building line located at 14501 South Harvey Avenue.
Good afternoon. Just give us your name and address for the record.
My name's Gary Stafford. I'm a project manager and construction superintendent for Justin Rhodes Homes. My address is 5813 Piper Lane in Tuttle, Oklahoma.
And a PIN survey revealed a 1-foot encroachment.
Well, yeah, the survey did. I've actually measured it from the center of the street. It's actually about 4 inches. It's just a builder oversight. The house is built wider than it was supposed to be built.
Did you say 4 inches?
I'm sorry?
Did you say 4 inches?
Yeah. Well, I actually measured it. I don't know where the surveyor got the 4 inches might as well be 40 feet. So, I mean, it's over. But yeah, it's over. It's just clearly it's a builder's error. And that would be me.
Is there anyone here in protest of the application?
I can't imagine.
I'm going to move to approve it.
I'll second
It's a tough call. It's a tough call, but I'm going to move in this one instance for your 4 inches.
We have a motion and a second. Register your vote. Your request is approved.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Item number 10, case number 14080, request of Rico LLC for a variance to the front yard setback located at 13130, 132 13201, and 13250 Broadway Extension, and 12929, 13101, and 13201 North Kelly Avenue.
My name is James Thomas. I live at 2105 Bent Twig Road in Edmond. This is actually the Bob Howard dealerships along Kelly and Broadway, and we're currently putting up hail protection canopies over it. And what we're asking for is a variance. This is just a front row along either Kelly and Broadway Extension, where we're trying to cover the front row of the vehicles to protect them.
Are you aware of anybody in protest of your
No, sir.
application? Anybody here to speak on this application? I think all of us that live in Oklahoma understand the threat of hail,
I'm guessing we're going to see more of these.
undoubtedly. Comments
I'd
from
move
board
for
members?
approval.
We have a motion to approve the application.
Second.
Motion and a second. Register your vote. You are approved.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Item number 11, case number 14081, request of Oakdale Public School for a variance to the front yard setback located at 10901 North Sooner Road.
I'm Jeff Wagoner with LWPB Architecture. I'm representing Oakdale Public School. And we're requesting a change from a 50-foot setback to 25. It's a very restrictive site, and there are at least one existing building already over the setback. And so we're requesting that change to accommodate planned construction of a new performing arts and testing center. And also, on the West Sooner Road side, to accommodate a regulation football field and track. I think it was a surprise when we got the survey, because existing buildings were over the setback, that it was that large of a setback.
I'm sorry, did I understand you to say that there is a second component to your request that affects the track? Are you asking for some sort of variance with respect to the track as well?
No, that's mentioned in here as well. That's just part of the justification for it. It's just changing the setback from 50 feet to 25 feet.
I didn't quite understand. There's plenty of room for the expansion of Hefner. Is that right, Kathy? The right-of-way is ample for any future improvements?
I think what's there now is just the 33 standard. And then there'll be the additional 17 if and when they decide to widen Hefner.
But in his, I think with Janice again, and I had the same question in my comments, in the applicant's comments, the setback proposed by this variance request should be ample for future city needs. If they were to widen the road, is there enough there if we were to grant this variance to allow for that expansion
Right,
to occur?
because the current building is closer, right? So,
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak in protest on this?
Not that I'm aware of. Anybody here to speak on this application?
I'd move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Register your vote. Your application's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we approach our next case, cases 12, 13, and 14 regarding the variance request by Trey Resources are essentially the same, and I think, whatever issues you may have are essentially the same. So what I'm going to propose, board members and Mr. Groves and anybody else that's here to speak on this, is that for purposes of our discussion, we talk in a way that would encompass the issues that may be relevant to cases 12, 13, and 14. After our discussions and contemplation, we will individually vote those cases.
We have no objection.
Board members, is that acceptable to you?
Perfectly.
Please proceed, Kathy.
Item number 12, case number 14083 through 14085, request for use variance of Trey Resources for permit to drill 3 oil gas wells located at 13617, 13619, and 13621 Southwestern.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Eric Groves. I'm an attorney. I represent Trey Resources. I would like to introduce some of the other lawyers representing Trey today. I'm going to ask them to rise so that you will know who they are. My associate, Ami Swank. Leah Rudnicki with the law firm Reed Smith, Houston, Texas. Stefan Solonides, also with Reed Smith, Houston. Stefan is a member of the Oklahoma Bar Association, licensed to practice in Oklahoma. John Moricoli, probably known to you as a longstanding practitioner in the oil and gas field, practices extensively before the Corporation Commission. We're going to make a presentation to you that I think will be applicable to all 3 of the cases that were just recited, and I would like to introduce the witnesses that will be available to testify before you. Some of these witnesses will be part of our presentation in chief. Others may be available for rebuttal, and others will just be available for any questions that you or any protestant might have. I'd like to begin with Dave Thomas, the CEO of Trey Resources, co-founder. He's a graduate at the University of Oklahoma in geology. Cleve Thomas, son of Dave, and our Trey Resources asset manager. John Stromberg is a reservoir engineer. He's not an employee of Trey. He works outside Trey, but he will be available too. Sterling Satterfield is our assets engineer for Trey. Justin Savage, engineering analyst for Trey. And Dr. Kyle Murray. Dr. Murray is a hydrogeologist with the Oklahoma Geological Survey associated with the University of Oklahoma. In some cases, if one of these witnesses has occasion to testify, we may provide you with their CV, depending. I want to begin. We have a PowerPoint presentation that I think will be most informative. We want to begin by giving you an overview of the applicant and an overview of the West Short Junction unit. As you may recall from previous experience, Trey Resources is the operator of the WSJU, so designated by the Corporation Commission. It in effect administers the unitization plan for that unit. This is a grave responsibility, and that is why Trey comes to you today asking for these variances. We want to present facts to you today, which I think will be persuasive that the applicant meets the standards required for a variance, as those standards are set out in the statute and as they are set out in the city's ordinance. I'm going to begin with Dave Thomas, who I think will inform you of everything you need to know about Trey and this unit. Mr. Thomas.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you very much for being here and hearing this case today. My name is Dave Thomas. I currently reside in Midland, Texas, 14 Teakwood Trace. What I'm going to do today is try to, yeah, we're good. Next slide, please. Will you think it'll work now?
It's not working from over
Thank you. Sorry about that. Anyway, A little background on Trey Inc. Trey Inc. is an Oklahoma corporation. My wife and I founded it in 1983. 88% of our operations are in Oklahoma. We are headquartered in Midland, Texas. We have offices in Oklahoma City, Dallas, and New York. We were headquartered in Oklahoma, down either South Oklahoma City or the Newcastle area from 1983 to 1997. We have 246 Oklahoma vendors. We make revenue distribution to over 2,000 Oklahoma royalty owners. And we began operating in Oklahoma city limits as early as 1988. We've not operated continuously since 1988, but we've had an enjoyable relationship with the city and the city inspector since that time. We manage 94,000 acres in Oklahoma and Texas. 88% of that is in Oklahoma. We also have 12 full-time employees in Oklahoma. We also have very deep roots in Oklahoma in oil and gas. As you heard before, I've got a master's in geology from the University of Oklahoma. My daughter who represents us. Her name is Leah Rudnicki. And you were introduced to her before. She's our primary counsel, and she graduated Newcastle High School in 1994, OU in 98, and OU Law in 2001. My son Cleve, who was introduced earlier, also was born in Oklahoma and graduated Norman High School and grew up playing golf on the south side at Willow Creek Golf Club. I was preceded in the oil and gas business by my father, he was now deceased, and my grandfather, Dave Thomas Sr., both who were born in Oklahoma. My grandfather, Dave Thomas Sr., was born in Oklahoma Territory before statehood, out by Okemah, Oklahoma. And, you know, we're proud to be from Oklahoma. Although we live in Midland, they know that we're from Oklahoma, I can assure you. Again, we're in Oklahoma. This is a picture I thought you guys might find interesting. That's my grandfather, Dave Sr., age 23. He's in the center of the picture. This picture was taken in 1929. I thought you might also find it interesting that he was a lease operator in Oklahoma city limits in the early 30s in the Oklahoma City field, and the owners of those wells could actually see the wells from their bank building that was downtown. So again, as you guys know, operating oil and gas in conjunction with the Oklahoma City is not a new thing. We have over 150 total years of oil and gas experience in senior management, and the background comes from large oil and gas companies, including Chevron, ExxonMobil, Conoco, and Arco. We also have a dedicated asset team to this short junction. The asset is defined as a West Short Junction, a Central Short Junction unit, and these people are dedicated, experienced, and they're focused on, that's their full-time job, is to focus on these properties. The asset team is located in Midland, Texas, and the field team is located in our office in South Oklahoma City. A brief history of the Short Junction. It was discovered in 1948, unitized in 1961, and it's around, the two units combined, around 12,000 acres. So these oil and gas properties have been here for a long time, certainly well before development in South Oklahoma City. We also pride ourselves in the work that we do with the community. We try to be cooperative, and we're also bringing significant jobs and revenues to this area. We had a study done by Dr. Russell Evans at Oklahoma City University, an economic development study for economic impact, and he's estimating 1,900 jobs will be created, over $19 million in state local taxes, and $350 million in total economic output as we develop this field. We've already drilled 2 wells, and we've completed those wells with minimal impact in this area. This is a kind of an outline of the 2 units, and you can see the dashed line that's running north and south is a permitted horizontal location in the lower Hunton, and you'll see there's 2 solid lines that are next to each other, and those are the recently drilled 1101H and 1102H. There's also the red line that's crooked. That was an existing well that when we took over the properties, the 109H, that was a re-entry. You can see that if you go to the right side, right center of the outline, there's a red line between Section 21 and Section 20, and that's the area that's in question and we're talking about today. I also wanted to show just a diagram of what we're doing and kind of get a flavor, because there's lots of talk about us, our oil and gas business, and what we're doing. And we want to try to bring some facts to this board today, so everybody will be on the same page as far as their understanding. And for scale, you can see at the very top of this diagram is the Devon Energy Center, which is 850 feet tall. And you can see that we're actually drilling through layers of rock. A lot of that is impermeable rock. To the top of the Bodark Formation, that's almost 1.5 miles deep in the subsurface. You'll see and this Upper Hutton is what we've lined out here. And in the Upper Hutton, the rock is naturally fractured and has permeability and porosity and does not require fracture stimulation. The 1101H is currently flowing naturally open hole. That's very good for us. But you can see it's kind of hard because the mouse isn't working very good. But if you can see right there and there, the fractured zone that's naturally fractured by Mother Nature is in this layer right here. It's not above and not below. They're contained within this layer. I think it's also important to know that, we'll deal with it on this slide. There's also the Lower Hutton that we think could be prospective. And the Lower Hutton has a point of penetration of about 8,300 feet, a little bit deeper. It's a little bit thicker, and it's not naturally fractured. And so this is where we would have to use hydraulic stimulation to go ahead and fracture the well to create these are natural fractures here, bounded by these barriers, and then create the natural fractures in this zone. And hopefully, we can create fractures that are about the width of a pencil lead, and we can create enough of them that we can produce the entirety of this interval. We would like to be able to frack it all and put this all into production. As you can see here, and we'll talk about it further later, but the base of freshwater table is at 750. The Corporation Commission requires us to set casing down to 1169, and the base of the saltwater table is at 1750. So with that, I'd like to show you a little video that is more descriptive of the hydraulic fracturing. Again, the upper, probably half the wells need fracturing, subject to this matter today, and half don't. But we're going to talk about the ones that need fracturing, and or it may not go. Well, I guess we can share that video with you later, but thank you guys very much for your time, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Our second presenter will be Sterling Satterfield. He serves Trey as an assets engineer with the focus on the WSJU. He has a BS in mechanical engineering, a BS in mathematics from the University of Texas Permian Basin. He also has a master's in nuclear engineering from North Carolina State, and he's presently working on an MBA. Mr. Satterfield.
Good afternoon. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Sterling Satterfield. I'm the asset engineer for Trey Resources. I work exclusively on this property. Today I'm speaking about the 12 variances that we have requested on the subject property that Dave mentioned earlier. On the second slide, you can see the West Short Junction unit. On the left, it's outlined in red. On the right-hand side, you can see the Central Short Junction unit outlined in green. Today, we'll be discussing the area highlighted in yellow on the right-hand side of the red outline, the Western Short Junction unit. It butts up against the boundary of the western boundary of the Central Short Junction unit outlined in green. That yellow area constitutes approximately 1,800 acres. It's developed, the Plan A that we have today can develop this property using roughly 26.4 surface acres to develop the entire 1,800 acres beneath. Today I'll be discussing two plans, Plan A and then a Plan B. These are the proposed cases or the alternate cases that Trey has been able to work up to show how to exploit the hydrocarbons from this area. This is a zoomed-in picture of the yellow area previously discussed. That's the West Short Junction again in red, going to the west. You can see it going off the page. On the east side, the green lines are no longer there. We didn't want to crowd the image. So this is the corner, the eastern corner of the West Short Junction unit in yellow. You can see there's the two plans. One will be Plan A, and the other will be designated Plan B. Plan A has a single property on the, on the east side of the West Short Junction unit. Plan B utilizes 3 service locations, one in the northwest, one in the southwest, and one in the southeast. There's another alternate location that is not currently developed, which could be proposed for oil and gas development, though that area outlined in purple with the red X on top of it indicates that the area is insufficiently large for development, i.e. not enough area for the activities that we would need to commence to develop those resources. So beginning with Plan A, Plan A requires one large site and one facility. Whenever we institute this plan, we can recover approximately 3.5 million barrels of oil, roughly 8.9 billion cubic feet of gas. The benefits to this plan is that we have one site to operate. When you have a single site, a centralized facility, you can have increased site security because you only operate one site. You have increased operational control because you're not spread over multiple sites. We have increased site beautification because we only have to maintain a single site. And in addition, we have increased environmental focus because the chances or probability for the release of hydrocarbons to the environment is limited because we have fewer sites to access, one site to maintain. Plan B, this is the site that uses 3 different surface hole locations. Those surface hole locations we would need in addition to, as we would only need 1 in the first plan. So to instigate Plan B, we would have to have 2 additional surface locations. We would also need 2 additional facility locations. Whenever Plan B, if Plan B is instigated, we would undergo a hardship of approximately 27% of the reserves. This meaning that we would lose roughly 27% of the reserves that we could recover if we use Plan A. That's a loss of approximately 1 million barrels of oil, roughly 2.5 billion cubic feet of gas. The negative community impacts of instigating Plan B strategy is that we have multiple sites to operate. When we have multiple sites, we have reduced security because we have to operate multiple sites. We have the reduced operational control, and more members of the community can be affected. This image here, you might recognize it from Dave's presentation earlier. It's an animated wellbore schematic. You can see up on the surface, there's a small derrick. That's the drilling rig. Then you go vertical down to the first orange line. That's what we call the vertical section of the well. Then once you reach the depth that we kick off at, the kickoff point, we begin to turn the well into the zone that we would like to penetrate. That's called the reach. Then once you have completed your turn and you're in the zone that you would like to be in and in the position that you would like to be in, we call that the lateral. That would be after the second orange line. Now, one thing to note is we only recover hydrocarbons from the lateral. So from the second orange line going to the end of the wellbore, that's where hydrocarbons flow in. On the reach, no hydrocarbons come into the wellbore. On the vertical side, no hydrocarbons come into the wellbore. So here you can see on the right-hand side, the east side, you see the designation of vertical. The surface hole location, whenever you're looking from an aerial view, is just one dot, right? Because we're going straight into the page, straight down. Then we kick off, and that would be the reach. So you can see that some reaches are longer than the others to get the lateral oriented as we need it to recover the hydrocarbons. Then once we complete the reach, there's an orange line there to designate or differentiate between the reach and the lateral. And at that point, the lateral is then open to the formation, and we recover hydrocarbons there. So you can see that it looks as though the wellbores overlap. The wells going east-west are the upper Hunton wells in the Bodark Formation. The wells going north-south are the lower Hunton wells. Now, these two formations do not communicate. There's impermeable rock between the two formations. So if I drill a well in the lower Hunton zone, I'm unable to recover any hydrocarbons from the upper Hunton zone. So even though when we look in this 2D picture with the wells layered, it looks as though the wells overlap, they're in two different zones, roughly 300 to 400 feet apart, with an impermeable layer in between. This is Plan A. You can see the designation as A. This is where we can develop all the area in yellow utilizing a single site. This shows a drainage map. And so to further visualize where the hydrocarbons come from, you can see that there's roughly there's exactly 6 wells going east-west. The square that surrounds the lateral portion of the well is the drainage map. It's crosshatched or checkered. That's where the hydrocarbons will be drained from. Now you can see the north-south wells. Those are the lower Hunton. And again, we have the same designation where the box with cross-hatching designates the drainage area. This is Plan B. Plan B utilizes 3 separate sites. You can see that it's technologically possible to drill all the wells that we had on Plan A from separate sites on Plan B. One thing to note is that Plan B at the southeast corner, there's a B asterisk. The asterisk indicates that we are outside the unit. You can clearly see that that property is outside of the red location. We would have to have permission from the landowner to drill and then enter the unit and recover those hydrocarbons from that location. From this map, you can see the north-south wells look approximately equivalent to Plan A. So we were able to recover the hydrocarbons that we would have recovered in Plan A. Though when you see the east-west wells, you see that there's 3 running east-west on the southern portion of the property, but no wells, the additional 3 that were pictured in Plan A are not on the northern part of the property. This is because, though the technology exists to drill the wells, the economics don't support the drilling of those wells, i.e. it makes no business sense to drill those wells. This is a combination of short lateral length, increased property costs, and the extra facilities that we have to build to support that. So it's not, to compare it to the southern pad, the southwest pad that drills those 3, those are much longer laterals that support the economics for that location, as the northwest one will not. So to be further, or to make the point further, I've removed the north-south wells here, and you can see that the east-west wells on the southern portion are pictured. That area that's beneath the red stamp there, that's the area that we would not be able to recover. That's the roughly 27% loss in reserves that we would undergo if we were to have to implement Plan B. Now I'd like to address some community concerns. The main community concerns are noise, light, and traffic. This picture here, you'll see on the right-hand side, there's a image of a drilling derrick. First, we'll speak about drilling operations, then we'll speak about production operations. Drilling operations are whenever we actually drill the hole. Production operations are after drilling operations has ceased, and now we're just recovering the hydrocarbons. First, regarding noise reduction, Behrens and Associates, Inc. Provided a study in April 2006 regarding gas well drilling noise impact and mitigation. They were commissioned by Fort Worth Gas Well Task Force, and they evaluated drilling rigs that were operating within and near the city of Fort Worth. What they observed was the average drilling noise level at 200 feet from the rig was measured to be between 71 and 79 decibels at varying times in the day and various activities. You can see on the left-hand side in the orange, 70 decibels is approximately equivalent to a vacuum cleaner. 80 decibels is approximately equivalent to a garbage disposal. In general, whenever the use of sound mitigation techniques that were observed in the study, these include acoustical blankets, sound barriers, sound walls, and then also enhanced mufflers for the engines. They were able to reduce the sound level such that during the day there was only a 5 decibel increase, roughly 200 feet from the rig, and at night there was roughly a 3 decibel increase. What this means is that standing 200 feet away from the rig, you're essentially only hearing ambient noise. So proper application of these utilization of sound mitigation techniques and equipment can further reduce these. We can increase the sound wall heights that they did not do in the previous study. And also we can use more sophisticated engine muffler technology that they didn't have at the time of the study. In addition, we'll work to optimally position the noise generating equipment to take full advantage of the sound mitigation equipment. Regarding light pollution, worker safety is the main concern. We have to ensure that there is adequate lighting to accomplish the tasks that we have set forth to accomplish. When we accomplish these tasks, we'll work to utilize the minimum amount of lighting required, and we'll try to ensure that that lighting is used in the most efficient manner possible. In addition, site beautification will be undergone at the locations. This will include trees and fences. These trees will help to further mitigate any light pollution that may spill over onto neighboring homes. Regarding traffic, during drilling operations, large equipment will be moved in roughly 3 days. This is standard time to move in a drilling rig and all equipment for drilling operations. Then drilling operations commence and you operate for roughly 25 to 35 days. Then the equipment is moved from the site. So we're talking about 6 days, 3 at the beginning of operations, roughly a month later, another 3 days of moving equipment off. That's the only time heavy equipment will be on the roads. In addition, we may drill multiple wells back to back like we did on pad 1. When you do that, then your drill time is increased from 25 to 35 days to 50 to 70 days. So a longer period of time before there's another influx of heavy traffic. During drilling operations, the only people coming from and to the site are personnel who operate on the rig. Other than that, the only things that come in and out are small parts and equipment, and these are for retained maintenance. Things like pumps or just small parts that may break during operations, nothing large or heavy. Now, what you see here is a pump jack. You're probably familiar with this image. We refer to them as pumping units, rod pumps. It's the tan object at the forefront of the picture. In the background, over the left-hand corner or left shoulder of the pump jack, you can see a derrick. So we're not speaking about derricks or drilling operations anymore. We're only speaking about production operations. So this is after we have finished the development and the drilling. Regarding noise during production operations, at the beginning of the life of the well, we'll utilize ESPs, electronic submersible pumps. These pumps have no moving parts above ground. You can stand right next to the wellhead and essentially there's no noise. You might hear the smallest bit of fluid flowing through the line, otherwise nothing at all. Once the volumes have become low enough, we'll transition from ESPs to rod pumps, which are pump jacks, pumping units, and these, as you know, have been heavily integrated in the city and other places and don't create any kind of noise nuisance. We actually operate one roughly 90 feet from a home. One of my colleagues may speak about this later. We've had one noise complaint and we promptly came out and fixed it. Other than that, there have been no noise complaints for those units. Essentially, ambient noise will be experienced. In addition, all electrical power needed will be obtained from the grid. This means that we won't have any generators or gas motors or natural gas motors out there generating any electricity, so there'll be no noise. Regarding lighting during production operations, there's minimal lighting required. It's only what's required for basic security lighting. Essentially, at this point, it'll just be what the 24/7 lease operator would need to ensure that no one is accessing the site uncontrolled. In addition, the site beautification will be in full force, i.e. the trees will be tall enough to block out a considerable amount of the light from neighboring areas, and the fences will be fully installed at that point as well. Regarding traffic, during normal production operations, all the oil and gas will be piped from the site, so we will not have oil haulers coming during the day to truck oil away from the site. There'll be one trained lease operator on site 24/7 to ensure that no one's accessing the site uncontrolled. And in addition, the only other traffic that we'll have is routine maintenance and repairs. Typically, one workover operation per well per 18 months, and the workover operation lasts roughly 1 to 2 days. In conclusion, Plan A satisfies the required design criteria set forth to be a prudent and reasonable operator. First and foremost, it's to hold public safety paramount. The noise, light, traffic, and environmental concerns we collaborate into our design plan so that we ensure that we take these into consideration and create a plan that addresses these for the community. In addition, the site centralization helps address all of these problems. As a prudent and reasonable operator, We are duty-bound to meet the requirements set forth in the unitization. This entails the efficient recovery of hydrocarbons and requires us to minimize waste. By having one site and by not losing the reserves that were recoverable, we have fulfilled that duty that we hold to our mineral owners. Any questions?
No, thank you very much, Sterling.
Do you mind, are we going to take a break? Is that at this point?
Actually, I need to notify Mr. Groves of something that I've just learned. Mr. Groves, would you come back to the podium, please?
Yes, sir.
I've just been made aware that Mr. Donaldson needs to recuse himself from these cases, from your variance requests, from your special exception on the disposal, and your appeal. And I want you to be formally notified that it takes 3 votes to either affirm or deny, and normally we're a board of 5. Kevin, am I correct that you?
That's correct. Mr. Stonecipher, I think that this came up in January, and he recused himself because of home creations, and just from an appearance of impropriety, I just think that it would not be appropriate for me to vote, and I apologize for that.
Well, we defer to your judgment, sir.
So at this point, we will excuse you, and we will proceed. I apologize for the inconvenience.
Mr. Chairman, are we continuing on?
We are. We had talked about taking a 5-minute break on or about 3 o'clock. So, Mr. Groves, I'll defer to you. You're in the middle of your presentation. We can take a 5-minute break so we can stretch our legs and wash up.
5-minute break would be helpful.
When we get back, I have some questions for Mr. Satterfield before you go on with the next part of your case.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we will reconvene at just after 3 o'clock. We're ready to reconvene. I would like to call the Board of Adjustment meeting back to order and invite Mr. Groves to continue his presentation.
Mr. Chairman, there were some questions for Sterling Satterfield, so we'll bring him back up to answer them.
Thank you.
Mr. Satterfield, thanks for your presentation. I have a few questions based primarily in my own ignorance. You talked about the 2 sites, Site A and Site B, and you walked through why Site A is preferred. Can you go back and help me understand, in very simple terms, why Site A can utilize one site, but Site B, which is presumably within the same unit, would require multiple sites to achieve the same objective? Because I didn't get there in my mind.
Okay. Can you reference page 9? If the presentation's back up, I can reference that instead of handheld.
Okay.
On page 9, you'll see the what we call the reach.
And that's the yellow line there on this diagram that shows us where it starts to curve.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So from the vertical location, so again, actually, let's go, do I have control of this? One slide prior, please.
So
Slide
8.
Okay, so you can see that the vertical portion is from the surface straight down.
Okay.
Then we do our turn, we get into zone, that's called the reach, and then once we finish our turn, we have a point of entry, and then from that point on, it's called the lateral. Now slide 9. So what you can see here is that the vertical portion goes straight into the page. So it's hard to visualize because of 3D, but the vertical goes straight down, and then we're kicking off to go and do our reach, right? Okay. And so then once we do our reach, the orange line up near the northern portion of the area there, that's the end of the reach, and now begins the lateral.
And just 1 second. But we're talking about multiple wells, so each well has its own reach and its own lateral.
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right.
And even though those aren't marked on the diagrams, everything that we see here, where there's a curve in these blue lines,
yes, sir,
that's where the reach begins.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yep, from the surface hole locations on property A, so everything originates at property A, or pad A. They all go down into the ground, then we kick off. We get to the lane that we'd like to drill at, to produce from. That's called the reach, getting there. And then once we get into the lane we'd like, that's called the lateral.
And so even though they're not depicted really because we're looking at a two-dimensional piece of paper here.
Yes, sir.
Those are actually straight down and then they cut over.
Yes, sir. They'll cut off. Yes, sir. That's exactly right.
Okay, so if I may, and if I'm jumping ahead before you can get to something, stop me. If I go to site B, which is slide 11, or plan B, excuse me, which provides for 3 additional sites, why would one of those sites not adequately, and I'm just trying to understand why you guys are preferring one site over another,
I understand
aside from obvious economics, right?
Right.
Why one site could not accommodate the same verticals, reach, and laterals?
Yes, sir. So I went through the beginning there to make sure that we understand the vernacular. Now, at this point, once we make the reaches, you can see that from B. Let's say, consider the southwest pad.
Okay.
See the well that originates and then goes northern. It's the third from the bottom, and then goes to the east.
Okay.
That is the furthest that we can reach currently with the technology available. Now, you could possibly work to reach longer, but your lateral will be severely limited.
Is it an error of the drawing or just something that's out of scale that the vertical line before you get to the reach in the line where you've marked it yellow on slide 9 that's larger than your vertical line or your reach from slide 11 from the B site that you just referenced?
I'm sorry, you're referencing the line thickness?
No, not the thickness. You're saying that line B, let's go back to what you just referenced.
Yes, sir.
That line B, or site B, the southwest pad there.
Yes, sir.
That's the one that's the sort of the furthest north, so the third line.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the farthest you can go before you have to kick out for your lateral, is that correct?
You're speaking about this one here?
Yes, sir.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
thank you.
generally the area that we feel safe with and the limit of the technology.
I think I know your question. This is Leah Rudnicki speaking in Sterling. What he's asking you is the way it made it sound like, based on our animation, we go straight down and then we kick this way. And then when you look at that particular drawing, it looks like we're going from the B and then up.
Oh, right. So
Wait, hold on. Going from B all the way up, and he asked you whether or not that's where the reach is. And technically, that's not the case, because you're going down, and then you're going out and over already, just not all the way down in the formation yet.
Right, so I think I understand now. So the surface location is here. We'll drill vertically roughly, say 6,000 feet, just off the cuff for this well. Then we will kick off, and we'll start to trail this direction with a steady build, landing at roughly 8,000 feet at this location, at which point we will enter the lateral and continue this direction to recover those hydrocarbons. From the vertical section here, the vertical portion of the wellbore, to this corner is what we would refer to as the reach.
Okay, so your position is that, and I just want to make this point clear, and I'm done on this issue. That is the furthest you can go on this map north, essentially, up, out, down, however you want, whatever you want to call it, because of the way the formation is set up. Is that correct? No. Translate again for me.
Let me interject. My understanding from is it's not only the technology available, but it's also the economic viability.
Yes, sir.
That factor into these decisions. Is that correct?
There is a element of economic viability that factors into the different A and B plans. But to get to the specific question of why is there going to be reservoir or hydrocarbons left if we use Plan A versus Plan B?
Thank you.
That's what hasn't been answered to your satisfaction just yet. And part of the reason is it's hard to show what's happening under the ground to show what we're getting out and what we're not getting out. And we were almost there, I think, and then we stepped off just about, and I'm afraid he was going to go down a different rabbit trail. So I want to talk about what goes, you're going down, so from the B for where the reach is, right? You aren't getting any hydrocarbons out of the ground right there. And what he's saying, not economics, but the actual technology doesn't allow us to go any further north, I mean, and safely, and when I say safely, I don't mean safely for the community, but safely for the integrity of the well without destroying the well, go all the way this way, for example, and then turn right. There is a, technologically, from what I understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, or Stromberg can come and discuss it, you can only go so far during your reach before you turn into the formation. And if you go too far, then you start, not only is it uneconomic, as you stated, because that is a factor, but more importantly for our particular conversation here is you can't really do it.
And so that's why then on slide 13, you evidence the hardship, because that's at the point where the hardship occurs as it relates to using the Plan B.
Correct.
Okay.
So when you look at the Plan A, because what we kept trying to figure out how to visualize for you is you've got 12 wells in Plan A, okay? So we'll do simple math first. And what we want to do, and there's only 9 wells that we can drill for the same area from Plan B. So when they were explaining this to me, I, like you, were sitting there going, well, just put 3 more. Put 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and why can't you put another one right here? And then when you start looking at that, the surface that you have up top is important, right? How much you're going to take, and then all the offsets that are located within those surface places. Then you have to think about the directional drilling of, think about going underground with those animations we saw, the video would have worked. It goes all the way down the ground, and they're guiding it with technological tools and cameras, and then telling it where to go, and then how to go this way, and then turn, all under 1.5 miles under the ground. And that's what's happening here, and that's where the limitation of technology is. So when they do it from the one site in Plan A, they can put 12 wells in that location, only using 24 acres, whereas if they put them over here, this site's not big enough to house all of those places and reach what is reached by Plan B.
And that's because it's further away from a central point within the formation, is that, or within the
Surface almost.
yeah, that's
So
right.
instead of saying formation underneath, it's where it's located up on top.
Okay.
So you can only go from the 4 different places, A, B, B, and B. So that's 4 different places. And when you look at those configurations and try to figure out where you're going to put everything, in order to try to get as much hydrocarbon out of the ground that's under that yellow surface, that's where the hardship comes.
One more question, I think. Mr. Satterfield, you presented this material. I presume Mr. Groves will want to comment on this later, but you were talking about some of the things that you all, I'm guessing that you're proposing that you intend to do in conjunction with this development, which is to do things like add higher sound walls, more sophisticated engine mufflers, optimum positioning of noise-generating equipment. These are all things, additional site beautification above and beyond what we would typically expect from well sites like this.
Yes, sir.
These are all things you guys have proposed to do as a part of the development here. Is that fair or accurate?
That is not only accurate and fair, but it's also what we've done in other areas within the unit, on some cases. But yes.
My question about those same things, and just with respect to Plan A versus Plan B generally, is whether you're committing to do those things as part of your application so that any approval you receive will in fact be conditioned upon those?
If you would yes, we've discussed that, and it can be conditioned upon those qualifications.
I think we can come back to that. I just wanted to be clear about whether or not you were saying these are things you could do, or these are things you're offering to do as a
That we-
part of your application.
That we will do.
You will do. Okay.
Thank you.
Than everybody else.
Mr. Groves, are we at a point where we can begin to hear from some of the other people that are here to express their concerns, or do you have more?
Yes, but I need to make a little closing argument before we do.
Please.
And a few other remarks. I would like to inform the board that we did not see the protest letters until Monday. There are 4 or 5 of them, and so we have not had an opportunity to go out and actually talk to the protestants and answer their questions. We did speak with them informally before the meeting and offered them an opportunity to go out in the hall and talk to our scientists if they had questions. And that opportunity is still available if they wish to do so. So I can't anticipate what everyone's going to say. It may also be that the surface owner, Shaz Investments, will protest this. We'll wait and see. But the point of my telling you that is that I want to reserve the right to rebut any information that's conveyed to you by Shaz or by the local landowners. Now, 1 or 2 things. Of course, the board is familiar with variances. You deal with them all the time. You know what the 4 elements are. We believe that we satisfy those 4 elements. And to be more particular, as you know, the 4 elements are set out in the statute and in the ordinance, and they provide that application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would create an unnecessary hardship. We have a long tradition here in Oklahoma City with respect to variances in oil wells. Many decades ago, we created the U7 zone, and our charter provides that that zone may not be changed without a vote of the people, and therefore drilling outside of the U7 zone requires a variance. That has been going on for many years. As you know, that era will be coming to an end in the near future, but that has been our tradition. So the grant of a variance for an oil well really amounts to a use on review. If you look at the permit application, Oklahoma City's permit application for an oil well, on the back it will say attach an order from the Board of Adjustment. It doesn't say variance, it just says an order. So it really is a use on review to determine whether the oil well is appropriate for the location in which it's proposed. The unnecessary hardship, of course, variances can't be granted on a hardship that's only financial. There have to be other factors. Finances can be a factor, but in the case of an oil well, if the operator is prevented from extracting hydrocarbons under the land, then of course that would be a hardship. And the case of Vincent v. Medley stands for that, and I'm going to quote it in just a second. Of course, conditions have to be peculiar to the particular piece of property involved, and they are in this case. In fact, I would suggest that any property which has hydrocarbons beneath it is that's a peculiarity to that piece of property. Moreover, relief, if granted, would not cause substantial detriment to the public good or impair the purposes and intent of the ordinance of the comprehensive plan. Trey has a custom of minimizing any impact that the drilling of the well or the subsequent operation of the pump jack might have on surrounding properties. And so if a variance is granted to us, we would have no problem in agreeing to conditions involving landscaping and noise mitigation. You know, it's a little noisier when you drill the well, but after that it's really rather routine. There are sound barriers available nowadays, which we will use, that mitigate the sound of the drilling, which of course only lasts for a certain period of time. So all of those kinds of issues can be dealt with and resolved. Finally, the variance if granted would be the minimum necessary to alleviate the unnecessary hardship. There isn't much less that Trey can do in this situation to extract these hydrocarbons. But there is one other very important factor that pertains here and doesn't always pertain. You all have heard lots of applications for variances, granted many of them. I don't know whether you've ever had occasion to have an applicant who is the designated operator of a unit such as this. The unitization plan for the WSJU was approved by the corporation back in 1961. And as the operator, Trey has fiduciary duties to all who will profit by the extraction of hydrocarbons from this unit. And there are literally thousands of them. 700 to 800 of them live here in Oklahoma City. And they are the ones, of course, who will suffer an economic loss if we cannot go forward with this project. So it isn't just a matter of economics, as Mr. Satterfield expressed. We are limited by technology in how far we can go, and furthermore, we are limited by the duties that are imposed upon us by the Corporation Commission. We have a duty to extract these hydrocarbons, and we have a duty to avoid waste. So we want to do this in the most efficient manner possible with the least impact on our neighbors. And of course, we're willing to listen to any suggestions from the neighbors as to how they might prefer the project to be handled. In any event, we meet the standards for a variance, I believe. And with that, we can move on to the protest. Yes, sir, you have a question.
I do have a couple of questions about your application. The West Short Junction unit, according to your application, encompasses 10,520 acres.
I defer to my co-counsel. Is that the correct acreage? Yes. Yes.
So I would assume some of the neighborhoods and the people that are here to speak in protest of your application are living in neighborhoods that are within that 10,000 acres. Am I correct?
I would hope so.
Okay.
I should think.
The next question I've got is, on October 25th, 1961, the Corporation Commission issued an order approving the creation of the WSJU for unitized management, operation, and development. It provides, among other things, that the operator shall have an easement and right-of-way on, over, and across all lands of the unit area for the purpose of laying, constructing, building, using, maintaining, operating, changing, repairing, removing pipelines, tanks, telegraph and telephone wires, water lines, and other facilities for the development and operation.
Yes.
That's a true statement. On January the 2nd, 1962, a declaration was filed with Cleveland County Clerk putting all present and future surface property owners within the WSJU on notice of the plan of utilization.
Yes.
Would this have meant when these adjacent tracts of land were purchased for retail development that either the developer or the builder or the homeowner who closed on a property within this 10,000 acre tract would have received a notification, or it would have been part of the title work?
There would have been both actual and constructive notice. The long time ago filing of the declaration provides constructive notice to anyone who purchases land within the unit. But in this case, we actually, Trey actually had a meeting with Shaz Investments, who purchased the land upon which we seek variances, and informed them of what it was we intended to do. Moreover, it's interesting to observe, and Commissioner Powers, I think, will recall this, when Shaz came in to zone this land PUD, there were objections to it by some surrounding landowners. And there was a pitched battle before the Planning Commission and later before the City Council as to that PUD. It ended up being compromised. But at that time, the WSJU was in receivership. Mr. Holbrook, who's over at Andrews Davis and is represented by Roland Tague at Andrews Davis, appeared before the Planning Commission and gave the commission forewarning that there was this blanket easement, in fact, in the eyes of the law, a dominant estate over this entire land. And Mr. Tague suggested that the Planning Commission take this into account when it dealt with the PUD design statement and when it dealt with the plat. Well, the Planning Commission said, essentially, and Commissioner Powers will correct me if I'm wrong, this is a contractual matter. These have to do with easements, and we're in the land use business. And so the commission went ahead and did the zoning, and so did the council. But in the process, there's no question but that Shaz was fully informed and forewarned, as if they didn't know, they already knew because we had met with them, but fully forewarned that, look, you know, we have the dominant estate here. We have this blanket easement, and we intend to exercise it. And of course, we would like to cooperate with you if at all possible. Certainly that effort has been made. So I think the answer to your question is both actual and constructive notice have been given to Shaz.
And just to add one other thing, no, don't leave. Stay here. Just one other thing to add. In this particular case, in the deed from the predecessor of the surface to the Shaz entities, it actually said it was subject to the oil and gas easements and the properties in the actual deed itself. And then they have since deeded it to each other along the way for this particular surface. Now, I know the chairman's question was broader than just this particular surface, as I understand it, and was asking about all of the potential protestants that were coming today and whether they would be on notice. And I believe he's provided the answers yes to that,
Yes.
for that as well as the rest.
I hope that's responsive.
It is. Thank you very much. Members, do you have any other questions for Mr. Groves before we excuse them for a moment? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite David Box.
Here you go. Thank you. Good afternoon. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of not the applicant, but the landowner. It's odd that we find ourselves in a position where, one, I'm here in protest, and two, I'm here in protest of something being applied for on a surface estate in which my client, the owner of the surface estate, does not consent to. It appears from everything presented, this is nothing more than a redo of what we did in January. It's essentially the same application, just different exhibits. To the issue of notice, we are in no way saying we didn't have notice. In fact, we're in no way saying they don't have the right to drill on this land. What we're saying is they are required to make reasonable use. What they're seeking to do, and what the evidence will be, is that the 12 sites spread out over this area is intended to condemn my client's land, not produce oil and gas. Again, we're not saying that they can't drill. We're not saying they can't drill these 12 wells. It's the location. They can accomplish everything they seek to do in their application through current sites that they already have fenced off on my client's property today. Now, real briefly, I've got with me Bob Gum, who's an oil and gas attorney, Terry Brittenham, who's a petroleum engineer, and of course my client, Jalal Farzana, who owns the surface. Now, there's a lot of discussion about the site beautification standards that they intend to do. This is the first time we have ever heard of this. I don't know if everybody can see this, but this is a workover rig. Can everybody see that picture? This is current operations on my client's property. So if their goal in site beautification is no screening, the only thing they added was a caution sign that says poisonous gas may be present. And where did they put that? Well, they put that right across from my client's show home that's south of this. So I find it hard to believe that now we're going to do all these site beautification efforts when we've got proof on the ground today. I don't see a tree one. I don't see a wall. I don't see any of these things. Again, we seem to be here on the same issues. I'd like to point to Mr. Grove's brief. At page 6, he says, and I quote, "Applicant has requested variances representing an efficient use of the subject property in order to maximize recovery of hydrocarbons in the WSJU." They're not entitled to an efficient and cost-effective use of their unit. The variance statutes don't allow for an efficient use. They've got to meet each and every statutory element. The case law is clear. If just one of those elements are not satisfied, a variance cannot be granted. You heard their engineer, Mr. Satterfield, who said the economics don't make sense. That's not my client's problem. The statutes don't allow for an exception, one, when there's a unitized area, and they don't allow for an exception because it might cost too much. If somebody built a wall that exceeded the code by 100 feet, and they came into this board and said, it's too expensive, we already built it, the board would still require that that applicant show how each and every element of a variance can be met based on this wall. And that's what we're asking this board to do. This is a variance, just like any other variance. They've got to meet each and every element. Now, one thing I want to point out to the board, back in January, if we remember, Trade Resources stood up here when asked and said, we are not fracking these wells. The very first presenter they had, Mr. Thomas, got up here and said, we are fracking these wells. So we're moving the target around on my client. We're fracking, we're not fracking. All my client is seeking is that this board deny the variances because they can seek to drill and recover all the same hydrocarbons that they want to drill with these applications on 3 separate sites that they already have control of on my client's property. If you look at this exhibit again, the area outlined in blue, those are 3 current pad locations that they have. Same argument we made in January. When this board denied their variances, they then filed an appeal to the district court, voluntarily dismissed that appeal. And now we're back again with, we're moving boxes around in a broader area. So I urge the board to ask themselves, did they meet each and every element to the standard that they are required to under the law? We hope and we think when you hear from our experts, it's going to be clear that they can't, because they can do everything they seek to do within those 3 pads. If there are no questions of me, I would ask Mr. Gum and Mr. Brittingham to come up.
And after you finish your presentation, before you respond to his comments, I want to allow the homeowners that have taken an afternoon to attend this meeting to share their comments with us, and then they're free to stay for the balance of the meeting, or they can go on to their other obligations. So, Mr. Box, go ahead and continue.
Okay.
Be the one you've got already. The one with the fog and the spider web. Okay.
While they're getting situated, I want to speak to the homeowners. I've got a request from about 15 of you to speak, and I know some of you may have already had to leave today. We want to hear you and hear your concerns and your thoughts regarding this request from Trade Resources. If you must leave, it is certainly acceptable to us that you have a representative who may speak for more than one of you. And we have a record of your attendance and your record of your request to speak about this variance. So feel free to stay. You're welcome to stay. When it's time to speak, if fewer people can speak and represent the view of those that are in attendance, that will help move the meeting along. Thank you for your understanding. Yes, sir, go ahead. Your name and address for the record.
Bob Gum. I am an attorney, oil and gas attorney. My office at 105 North Hudson here in Oklahoma City. I'll warn you in advance, my presentation is not going to be near as high-tech as the one you just had.
I consider that good news.
My expert witness and myself, Mr. Brittingham, are both pretty much old school.
And if you can, again, in the interest of trying to be expeditious, is articulate the issues as fast as you can, and then...
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Box did a good introduction into the issues under your statute that guide you as a Board of Adjustment. I think the two elements that our protest focuses on is whether or not the applicant can make out his case for the fact that what he asked for is necessary, in the sense that he is invading competing interests to the least possible extent. The second one is whether or not what this applicant seeks is capable of meeting the requirement that it not pose a burden or a risk on the public health, safety, and welfare. Those are the two, what I would identify as the two legal issues associated with this. Just as the last time that we were before you in January, the salient facts have not changed. What we have, as we had then, at that time, I'm going to point to the board that Mr. Fox was using, I think it's the first agreement in your pack. At that time, we had 4 areas fenced off by trade. We fenced off at about the time Shaz bought the property. Shaz was advised that the unit had its easement. That's not an issue. Discussions were had as to what these represented. These were represented, I wasn't there, but I am informed, these were represented to be the areas that Trey needed to retain, to keep Shaz off of it, so that Trey could continue to perform its obligations. This is the property they needed. So be it. The client planned around it. That has apparently changed. It was that way in January. The 4 fenced areas at that time, as you will recall, there were 2 other areas now that Trey was wanting to use. They don't coincide with the 3 red boxes, which are the 3 pad locations and the 12 locations that they now see. But they were similar in concept and almost similar in size. And our point was then, as it is today, they don't need those then green and today red boxes because they have the blue boxes. I am not an engineer. I'm not here to testify as to engineering facts. Mr. Brittenham will do that. I'm just here to explain to you our view of the significance of what he's going to tell you with respect to the 2 issues I've defined. He's going to tell you that they can do everything they want to do from these boxes. This time it's 3 pads, not 2. It's 12 wells, not 2. But the concept the same. The ultimate issue here is the same. Can they accomplish their needs in the blue boxes and thereby satisfy their need without unduly burdening my client's situation? That's, you boil it down, and that's the primary issue that this body has to face. And I'm going to let Mr. Brittenham address that in detail. I had not heard about the various cosmetic accommodations. I'm not prepared to address those. I'm assuming if they put them in the stipulate they're part of the application, that will happen if it's granted. I can tell you this, as an oil and gas lawyer, I'm generally on the other side of this. Oil wells and oil well drilling rarely get along very good with people living in houses and playing in their backyards. I don't care how fancy you make it sound. It's going to be nasty. That I know from my own experience. 3 things have changed, members of the board, since we were here in January, which I think deserves some attention since they haven't really been addressed. Since January, my client has advanced the ball, so to speak, substantially in terms of what it has done on the land. We've platted, since January, this section of the development circumstance has changed somewhat. That has significance if you look at the proposed sites that we've got on the floor today. This site, I can't remember which pad it's called, the one furthest to the west, as you can see, drops down and really crunches a big part of this area where they've already spent the money. This pad is basically right up on Western, which embraces the main road in and out of this development. It completely absorbs that. And I think you can take notice of the fact that this is Western frontage, it's zone commercial, it's highly valuable. And if this goes forward as is being requested, everybody who lives in this development for the rest of their life is going to come to and from their house, drive through some sort of industrial site. You got to ask yourself a question, I think, as members of the board. Why would Trey propose this when they've got land up here we're not using, land down here we're not using, land over here we're not using? Why would they do that? This plan B that you've heard about today, I've never heard of it. I don't understand it. Neither does my engineer, based on what we heard this afternoon. But we're not advocating that they choose a plan B. Plan A is fine. Drill it from plan A land right here. But use the land that they can take that won't ruin the city. That's all my client seeks. I'm not a zoning lawyer, but we need to keep track of this. Since January, with the houses being built in here that have been built, there will be impact as a result of your settlements. Now, as I understand the paperwork, the application that you have before you today is only as to the variance from the no drill ordinance. There hasn't been any kind of a variance sought with respect to setback issues. I'm not sure why it was done that way, but I want the board to be aware of the fact that those issues are kind of crowding around the one that's before you today. The second thing that has changed, and I'm not going to go very far down this road because I really don't think it's a road for you all to travel, but I think we have determined or confirmed that at least 2 of the 12 wells that are proposed that you see in the red dots on this application are just illegal because, at least as presented in their drawings, as shown.
Just remind you, if you would use your microphone when you're at the boards.
As shown on this exhibit, this board, you see we have laid out, based on their drawings, where they're going to be producing. 2 of these wells are going to be producing hydrocarbon, according to their drawings, from the east side of Western Avenue. It's beyond the boundary of the unit. They can't do that as a unit operator. It violates the order that created the unit. That'll be for Judge Bachman and maybe the Corporation Commission, but you need to be aware of that, and you need to be aware of the fact that there's an issue right now before the court as to whether any of the wells are legal, given the primary production technique that they are proposing to use in a secondary recovery unitized unit. These things are going to be hashed out over the next few months, but I think by way of context, you need to know about it. Thirdly, since we were here, we have confirmed that in this area to the west, property not owned by Shaz, but abutting Shaz, it's an undeveloped tract of land, it's trees. Trey has apparently negotiated by some sort of private treaty with that owner the right to conduct some of its operations at that location. The reason we believe we know that, on some of the paperwork that Trey filed with you, they identify very clearly an intention to build a disposal well at this location to serve these properties, to serve these wells. These wells will produce massive amounts of salt water, and it is our belief that that well, although it's not under their application here today, is in the works to be an integral part of this. They can't do this without it. It's important, before I say why it's important, here on this board, this is a rendering of the survey plat that they filed with you, which identifies that well. So we're not just dreaming that up. That's kind of important for a couple of reasons, because I think there's a chance, I know this will happen, that some of these homes that have been built and the setback in there is going to encroach a little bit into this blue box where they might not be able to use it. But I think if you recognize that, at least question them about whether or not they've got some sort of rights over here to make up for that if they needed it, since it's ground with trees on it as opposed to ground with houses on it. Maybe that might be a place where they could make a little of that up. But probably more important is this. You'll recall, I think most of you will, that the last time we were here, I showed you a page out of the unitization order that created the unit. It's a geologic map, and it has on it a fault that was identified at that time, and it's been confirmed to be there. This board shows where that fault runs in conjunction with this development and in conjunction with this disposal well that's going to be integral to this process. That is important from the perspective of whether or not what Trey proposes to do is going to subject this neighborhood to what I might characterize as requiring that it be a guinea pig for a scientific experiment to determine whether or not that disposal well built on that fault is going to cause seismicity. I don't know if all of you take the Oklahoman, but you probably saw this headline about the Supreme Court finally telling the parties where they're going to litigate the issue of whether or not deep water disposal causes earthquakes. We've been hung up in the Supreme Court for several months. I'm the lucky or unlucky lawyer who gets to defend these lawsuits. What I'm telling you here is based on my experience in preparing for this process. And that is this, that I'm not telling you that well is going to cause an earthquake. I'm not qualified. But I can tell you that the scientific community is in debate on this issue. Some are convinced that it is this very type of well and this very type of location that is our problem. It will be an issue until it's determined in Lincoln County and then ultimately in Oklahoma City, the Supreme Court, over the next year. Until that time, this is a scientific experiment, which if it goes wrong will be at the expense of everybody in this community, not just Shaz and the people that selling these houses to. I don't understand how Trey can justify the balancing of interests in favor of doing that here. It's something that you all are going to have to consider in the context of the four elements, one being, does this pose a risk to the health and welfare of this community? Those two questions, is it necessary, is it a risk, are now what my longtime friend, Mr. Brittenham, is going to talk to you about as an engineer and not just a lawyer. Unless you have questions for me.
I do have a couple questions, if you don't mind, and some of these may be for Mr. Box to answer, but So this drawing, and I'm looking at this top exhibit here, this shows what has been approved plats from the city of Oklahoma City. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And how many lots are within these approved plats?
I don't know. Can I find out for you real quick?
Sure.
How many?
285.
285 lots. And of those 285 lots, how many homes have been constructed to date? Did you say 15? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's
11 have been completed, 6 are being built.
okay. And of those completed homes, are all of those homes accessible from the main entrance illustrated in this center or eastern central red box?
Once all streets are built, it's my understanding that they will. There is an access that is down here to support this corner of the development, but if you follow the streets on to the west, you see they eventually interconnect with that primary loop.
So that entrance will, is that some sort of construction interest in a sense? At some point it'll be closed off and?
Now, this is the main entrance. It's built. It's essentially a boulevard.
But do these homes, which you're saying exist currently, do they access it from this entrance or this entrance?
They can come either way.
Either way, okay. All right. Second question, if that was just one question. The 3 blue boxes, and Mr. Box, I'm really directing this, you'll probably want to answer this. Is it your client's position that there would not be opposition from him, I don't want to speak for the other protesters, that if all activity was confined to these 3 boxes, that he would be agreeable to that activity? Is that what you're offering up to us here?
Absolutely these 2, and let me check on the third. There is room outside, there is room in this blue box that they can still meet all setback requirements.
Okay.
100% of this, 100% of that, there is ample room that they're still clear of setbacks in that blue box.
But so, okay, so with some minor modification to this southeast box, your client essentially that would, his opposition would not exist if operations were confined to those 3 boxes. Is that fair?
I believe so. Yes. And if they're really going to do all the beautification efforts around those blue boxes, then even better.
Some of these blue boxes, though, are within defined lots.
Right, and so that's common, as Ms. Powers will know. All throughout Oklahoma City, you have plats that go in where oil wells are. In fact, the neighborhood I grew up in, there was an oil well across the street, about 2 blocks. It was a platted lot, but until such time that the oil well went away, nothing happened. But once that oil well went away, it all was built out and developed.
But the point is, hypothetically, even within these blue boxes, you're going to have active wells that are drilling adjacent to what would be constructed homes on these lots.
Absolutely. And my client's development plan was coordinated with the belief that those blue boxes would be operational because there's operations on site today.
Well, help me understand this. Why the strong opposition to other areas with lots as opposed to these areas with lots that he would not object to?
These have already been built up here. And this is on the platting, this was phase 1. This was phase 1, Palermo Place, final plat, phase 1. And what they've done, our concern is and what I said at the beginning, this wasn't done to produce oil and gas, it was done to condemn my client's land, to frustrate their development plan. And I think it's evidenced by where they've selected, now for the second time they've come before you, the boxes. You don't need all this, which will be clear when Mr. Brittingham speaks.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have. I don't know.
I want to ask Mr. Box, are you suggesting that there is an element of spite in their choice of location for these wells?
Not at all. We don't know why they've chosen that, because it's clear you can do what you need to do based on these pad sites. Now, I do find it strange, and maybe there's a logical explanation, that the only place that they posted a caution poisonous gas is present is directly across from the show home. But maybe there is a logical explanation.
Perhaps they wanted to make sure that people saw it.
And maybe. And so that kind of goes to the fourth element. Is there a chance that there's a detriment to the public good? That could be questionable.
Let's go ahead and move forward and
My name is Terry Brittenham. I'm a consulting petroleum engineer with Southern International in Oklahoma City. Our office at 4200 Perimeter Center Drive. I've been asked by the protestant in this matter to examine the applications by Trey Resources, specifically with regard to the 12 new wells, and to examine their merits as it relates to the development of oil and gas. I think we leave that off for right now. Conclusory, the surface area that Trey is asking to use, in my opinion, is based upon, I have particular expertise in the oil and gas development in urban and suburban areas. I have a specialty in drilling and directional drilling, especially in Oklahoma City for over 35 years. I've drilled or caused to be drilled or operated several hundred wells in this city. Have some basis for my opinion. My opinion is that these 12 wells that Trey is asking for a variance to drill at the sites that they propose are unreasonable and unnecessary. I specifically find that the 3 tracks Mr. Gum was pointing out to you, the 3 blocks, if you will, blue box, which comprise a minimum of 11 acres of drillable land, are more than adequate to reasonably construct and operate these 12 wells. Specifically in their application, Trey is asking for, in their application state, 9.6 acres per well. 12 wells, that's a total of 115 acres. Their 3 pad sites are broken down into one 8-acre tract for 6 wells, one 11.3-acre tract for 3 wells, and a 7-acre tract for the remaining 3 wells. That's a total of some 20-some acres. Trey is also asking, and this is important, for an area big enough to place all the wellheads some 100 to 350 feet apart. They want enough room so that they can place the wellheads at least 100 feet apart, one to the other, and in some cases 350 feet. Yet the custom in this industry and elsewhere, using relevant technology, is to drill some 5 to 20 wells from a single pad, a pad of only 3 to 7 acres in size. And wells are customarily spaced between 15 to 50 feet apart. So this broadening out of the well locations is what's causing the proposed pad sites to grow. The 3 existing pad sites, I've checked the trajectory. If you look at Plan A, the array of horizontal wells, some of them going roughly east-west, some of them going north-south, all of those trajectories can be drilled as specified and as desired by Trey from the 3 existing fenced-in tracts. There's no giving up of reserves. There's no giving up of the ability to drain oil and gas, if any's there. There's no material increase or change in the difficulty of drilling the wells or producing the wells. Nothing changes. You just place the surface locations at a different spot. Materially, though, each of the applications asks for an opportunity to place a not only the wellheads on each of the 3 pads, but tank batteries. Presumably, the utilities go with that, the access road, the power lines, the easements for the flow lines, gathering lines, the oil line, the gas line. If all of the activities were concentrated, for instance, in the northernmost blue track, that area can accommodate all 12 of these wells. And that's where their tank battery is already, requiring no new access roads, no new easements, no new lines. I've brought, just so you don't have to take my word for it, 3 examples here close by in Oklahoma City. Here's a carry pad. I call it the carry pad. It was developed by Monsanto. I was involved drilling most of the wells. That pad has 5, it's actually located over at May and Southwest 104th near Crest Market. The golf course is down here. That pad size is 370 by 360, contains 3.1 acres. 5 wells were drilled, and there's a battery. The wellheads are located 25 feet apart. The most is 75 feet apart. The second one, if we go a little bit further to the east, this Richard pad, the Richard pad was actually designed to accommodate 12 wells. 10 of them were drilled. They are, looks like about 3.3 acres in total pad size. The wellheads are located approximately 15 feet apart. There's 2 of them over here that are 75 feet apart. None of them go to 100 feet or 350 feet. The newest development, the New Dominion site located over at Southeast 59th and Bryant, can accommodate approximately 20 wells. The location itself, the fenced-in area, if you will, is approximately 6.6 acres. There's been at least 9 wells drilled and completed on the production. The wells are 25 feet apart at the surface. And this is a dewatering project, much like the project that's being proposed at West Short Junction Unit, where you're going to produce really more water than you're going to produce oil and gas. So there's precedent to what I'm saying, that the existing fenced-off areas can be used to develop the 12 wells with no impedances, in my analysis. As Mr. Gunn pointed out, these wells are going to make a lot of water, and you got to have somewhere to go with the water before these wells can be put on production. They need to have a non-commercial saltwater disposal well. Otherwise, the economics are materially affected. That non-commercial disposal is going to have to be able to accommodate a large volume of water.
And let me interrupt you there. We're going to hear a
Okay.
special exception request on the disposal wells as a separate matter. I appreciate the point you make. I think all of us are clear on the separation issues that you've raised. So in the interest of time, if you are close to the end of your presentation, I would ask you if we could go ahead and wrap it up. And
I
get
think so. I do believe that the disposal well that's going to be heard is one that's located 5 miles to the west, as opposed to in this immediate area. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
I have a question. I'm a little out of my area of comfort here, but, clearly with most engineering, as with most legal matters, there are points upon which reasonable minds can differ. I guess my question to you is, why, if you have told us they could do what they're proposing to do from the existing sites and save themselves a boatload of money on the accoutrement that goes along with developing these sites, why wouldn't they do that?
You're asking me to speculate. As an engineer, I'd love to.
I mean, why, if they didn't have to build any additional roads and they don't have to, I mean, why, if they could do it that way, why wouldn't they?
I agree, and that's a logical conclusion. The custom and practice is to do it that way. The facilities are available. If, in fact, the true intent is to drill these 12 wells with this array of subsurface laterals, then the 3 pad sites, the 20-some acres, is not required. 3 additional pad sites are not required. So either there's an additional intent, undisclosed at this point, or they just like spending the money. I don't know.
An additional intent, you mean that it is preparation for future exploration, that they're doing it this way in order to give themselves a launching point for more in the future? Is that what you're saying?
I don't have an answer to that.
Well, I think what she's trying to get you to do, and I appreciate what she's doing because that's where I was going. I'd like for you to speculate because people don't do what's contrary to their pecuniary interests. They do. I mean, they're not in the business to make bad business decisions. So,
Okay.
What you're showing us here in the New Dominion, how many wells did you say were in this project?
There's 9 producers there now.
Okay. So there's 9 producing wells there, and in the carry pad, it looks to me that there are.
There's 5 there. Well, 5 there on the carry.
Okay.
And there's 10 here on
So
Richard.
right here, we have these are 3 different operators, is that correct?
Yeah.
And 3 different well sites, and they've all done it 3 different ways. Are those discrepancies that are created on operator inefficiencies, or do those represent fairly different methods of achieving the same goal, and this is yet another method? Because what she's trying to get to is, I would like to hear from your side as opposed to their side why they would do this if it weren't required. And these people did it.
Let me interject. I think there are probably too many variables for him to reasonably speculate. I mean, there are a lot of things that could determine why these projects proceeded as they did. I think in fairness, the applicant deserves the opportunity to defend.
We'll give, yeah.
But I don't think it's fair to take these 3 examples and to ask him to extrapolate why they might have done that. Obviously, in a business, I mean, you look for, the best business plan and the most efficiencies and the fastest way to extract the oil and gas and to be profitable. I mean, that's a logical assumption, I think, And so there may have been, access to the surface rights and other things that determined why they did what they did. I think a fair question for Mr. Grove and his representatives is the proximity of the wells, and is it not, reasonable to use the sites that are already in place? I mean, those are fair questions.
I guess the other question I have just in my own mind is whether it's up to us to make a choice between 2 viable options, to prefer one over the other? Or is that really the business of the people who are doing, I mean, the applicant in this case, we are told, has a blanket easement over this property. I am in perhaps a somewhat unique position in that I heard the debate, which was prolonged, at the Planning Commission about the residential development of the land, about it platting, about zoning, and whether that was viable and whether it was really compatible with residential use, and what about the oil and gas development. And to be as fair as I absolutely can, I'll try not to put words in the mouth of the opponents here. But certainly the impression that was left was not, oh, we'll argue about that later. The impression that was left was, we understand that any residential development of the property, is subject to the ability of the mineral owners to extract their minerals, and that much as the story Mr. Box told about the oil well that was in his neighborhood, once that goes away, then the property can be residentially developed, and we just want to have the zoning and the platting in place for that eventual day. Not, that we're going to get it zoned and platted and then, use that right we've now gained in the zoning and the platting to limit their ability to extract the minerals in whatever way they see fit. So part of my question, both to Mr. Box about the issue of spite and to Mr., is it Bruckheimer?
Brittenham.
Brittenham, I'm sorry, is more about, are we really just talking about two viable options here? And you're suggesting to us that it should be the option you propose because that's what is reasonable, or that is what is the minimum necessary? Or, I mean, are we really just in a position where the one right to develop the minerals supersedes the right to develop the property? I certainly had understood through the Planning Commission process that Shaz was perfectly aware and agreeable to the fact that the ability to extract the minerals superseded the right to develop the land.
And I'll address it real quick. And we do. And every single exhibit you saw through the lengthy Planning Commission process had the three blue boxes outlined. And we are absolutely saying the exact same thing we've always said. We understand they have a right within what the unit order would allow to extract the minerals. But what they have to do through this board is show that their variance that they seek is the absolute minimum necessary to accomplish that. That is the last element required under the statute. This is the exhibit we had at Planning Commission. And you can see 4 years ago, the same boxes that we're talking about. We're not saying that they don't have the right to extract every bit of oil and gas.
And I heard you say that earlier, and I get that. I don't remember there being any discussion about this is what they get and this is all they get. This is where they are now and this is all they have. If they have a blanket easement that is over the entire piece of property, I don't know that I'm comfortable saying, and now we're going to hold them to where they are already.
Well, here's one of the other issues at play. Yes, they have this easement, but my client still enjoys the ownership of the surface. And so in order to perfect their right to extract the minerals, they have to file a surface damage claim. And what they did initially, they filed a surface damage claim on essentially the entirety of this southern portion. Okay? Telling us it's similar to condemnation. When they file that surface damage, it's a taking. So they're saying, we want this area. Fast forward months later, they then dismissed the case. And then Monday, they filed a new case. Now they're up here. And so it's putting my client in this bind. They've essentially attempted, and actually through law have condemned, through 2 separate surface damage cases, everything except about 20, 30 acres over here. And so yes, they have the right to do it. But we also have the right of use and enjoyment of the surface. And all we're saying is what we've been saying all along. They can do everything they seek to do within the areas. And it's hard for my client to understand and appreciate how he can mobilize construction crews and plan his development when the game keeps changing. They file cases, they dismiss it. They file cases, they dismiss it. And so the reasonable approach to us is they've got land that they can accomplish all their goals. Now, if there's if there's a bigger intent and they have a larger operation in mind, well, that's not what's before here. The only thing before here is these 12 wells. And these 12 wells can fit in those boxes.
And that was where my line of questioning was, I think, relevant, is there has to be another explanation that someone can offer to me, aside from money, that explains why these people can do it, but we're not doing it here. There has to, and that's something that they'll need to comment on. So.
And we will seek that explanation right now. Could I ask you to take your boards down so that we can see the members of the public who wish to speak on this matter?
I guess I feel compelled to say one more thing, and that is there is also at the law a concept of acting at your peril. And it seems to me that in this case, where all of this discussion was had through the Planning Commission process about, why Shaz would seek to go forward with the purchase, platting, zoning, and development plans for this property, knowing that it was subject to this blanket easement for the extraction of minerals. And there was never any real discussion about oh, but that would be limited to these boxes, or, you know, they've got these pads and that's all they're entitled to. Or, I mean, yes, I can see that it would be difficult and perhaps not the best business plan to move forward with spending money to put in streets and you know, water and sewer and whatever else is going in there, knowing that you have this, you know, sword hanging over your head that they could come in at any time and decide that this is what we're going to do to extract our minerals.
Excellent question. And I would argue that everybody that lives in Oklahoma, for the most part, especially the city, has that sword over their head. I don't own my minerals. I would imagine that most people sitting on this horseshoe don't own the minerals when they bought their house. But if you'll remember when Roland Tague appeared 4 years ago, there was this argument about access. And Roland, on behalf of, I believe, Trey, the operator at the time, but Trey was involved with the operator, was talking about those pads. And Mr. Bright asked the question, where are you going to provide access? And Roland and I stood right here and said, we'll provide him access to this pad right here. We'll give him the easement. And so at that time, they absolutely were talking about these boxes. And Roland, on behalf of the now operator, argued as much. But to your bigger point, you know, acting at your own peril, this unit's 10,000 acres. And as you know, Ward 5, this area, has been very hot lately with oil and gas, with zoning and development. Well, development has to move on. You know, this unit's been around since 60-something, or 1950s. But nothing's happened here, and there's a lot of the land in the 10,000 acres, but people have a right to develop it until such time that something happens. And what happened here is my client started developing, because that's what they do. They build homes. And that's now forced their hand, I believe, from what my engineer tells me, to try to stop us until they can figure out what they want to do. And I don't think that's a fair use of the variance application. When you can do, and this is a question the board's going to ask, when you can do what you're seeking in a less restrictive means. And that's exactly
And we
what
will
the
seek to
statute
determine
contemplates.
that. Thank you very much for your comments. Members of the public in the neighborhood that are affected, I've got a group of people who have asked to speak, and I know some of you are not here anymore. So if you registered and wish to speak on this case, I would invite you to come up now. If you would, just one at a time, and just to give us your name and address for the record and be concise in terms of your comments.
Okay, my name is Cherie Whitna. I own property in Tuscany, which is right at 134th in between Western and Penn. So it will be affected just right there. And then I also own property on 134th and Western, which is the commercial corner. I'm here just like several with the same request, that you would deny their request for a litany of reasons. One being, my main reason is that I'm concerned about the fracking that's going to go on with so many 12 wells that are going to be stationed there. That just seems excessive to me. I understand the viewpoint in regards to that there are, you know, they had a blanket easement, and I understand that. But in light of what we've found out, I know that I just heard from Trey's attorneys that the state of New York has stopped all fracking for the reason they would like to do more research. And I know that's a different subject.
And the fracking issue is one that we cannot resolve today.
And I understand,
know
but
that
we're doing
it is-
12 in a very small area, and as they have made, as Shaz's attorneys have made the point, it could be done in 3 different sections. It doesn't have to be 12 all spread out. Although, again, I know you can't do anything about fracking, but 12 is just excessive, I feel, and I think it will affect our properties. Also, drainage is a problem already over in Tuscany. I've spoken with the Homeowners Association, and I'm really kind of speaking for them in some ways. I know they've already sent a letter, but they do also have the opinion that just about everybody there has the opinion that they would really rather not have the wells so close to them because they've already had drainage issues. I know we had a lot of rain, but this is a problem. Let me address just a couple more things. The traffic. that's going to be coming in from, I mean, this is nothing new, but these are what I'm going to voice. Traffic is a problem, the noise, and I know that they did a presentation on the noise, but I have been over by the pumping unit that they already have. I've been by many others across the state, and I know that there is a problem with noise, and if you put 12 in there, it's not going to be ambient any longer. So that's all I have to say. I just wanted to voice my opinion, and also my voice is for several. So.
And we appreciate your
Thank you.
comments, and I think your concerns are heard by the representatives from Trey, and I'm confident that they will address those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board. My name is Mike Allagood. I live at 119th and South Penn. 20 years ago, when we moved to South Oklahoma City, the city had done a wonderful job on getting ready for people, because when we moved down there, we had 4 lanes, turn lanes, lights, we had everything. The people who developed the area, the builders, some of you may remember those people from days gone by, did a wonderful job of planning. There are literally tens of thousands of people that live down there that have a sizable investment in their properties. We drove by there earlier, and there is some really high-end housing all over the place. And to me, it really comes down to, when you understand the economics, I can understand why Trey wants to get in with a lot of wells and do their horizontal as opposed to vertical drilling, because you can, with 12 wells, if you're pulling 12,000 barrels of oil a day, given the factor of 10 to 20 barrels on your waste stuff, that is an incredible amount of salt water that has to be disposed of, that you'll address at the other issue. And of course, I understand they want to get it out fast because of the fact that you have the, 3-year exemption on gross production tax. That's a real interesting incentive. But in addition to that, I get a check off of a vertical well that was built 50 years ago. Nice little check. And it is still pumping oil now. And I bet the thing will be pumping in 50 years. But what has happened is, when you got into horizontal production, that was the game changer. Now, instead of putting a well down and you pump it, and one lady I saw one day, they had put a chain link fence around this drilling rig, and she'd put flowers all the way around it. I suppose that was her well, so she was proud of it. But a vertical well, as these guys know, is much different than a horizontal well. And the other interesting thing is, and this is not a derogatory statement, but the people who are making the proposals don't live there. We do. They live somewhere else. And we bought our homes and whatever in good faith, knowing that the city was going to protect us. And the lady with the flower beds doesn't bother her neighbors. But when you get into this type of stuff, because they are so capable of producing so much volume, that if they use a pipe to get it out is one thing. If they have to use trucks, you're talking about day and night, 24/7, a lot of trucks just to take care of the salt water. Again, another issue. And
let me just interrupt you and say, I think we understand, the issue before us. And we understand we're going to balance their right to pursue their business interests and that obligation for their shareholders. And as a homeowner and a person who lives in the area, your rights too. So,
the other issue I think we need to be concerned about, and I will stop, and I appreciate your time, is that you have the Canadian River. And we had to be careful with the impact on that, because if something were to happen and we got into that river, now we're affecting a whole lot of people, and that would put the city at tremendous risk, because it's the city's responsibility to, take care of its resources and do what's best, not only for the people who want to invest, we appreciate investment, but also for the people who invest and who live here.
And I think some of the issues you're drawing attention to are issues for the Corporation Commission and not for this board. But I do appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Beeger. I live at 1521 Southwest 131st Terrace, within about half a mile or so of the proposed site. If I could ask a question, I apologize if I'm not as familiar with this process. Several times it's been mentioned that there are 4 factors, I think, that are to be considered before the board. Is it possible you could tell me what those 4 factors are?
I'm happy to read those for you. The 4 factors are: the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would create an unnecessary hardship. Second condition is such conditions are peculiar to the particular piece of property involved. Third condition is relief, if granted, would not cause substantial detriment to the public good or impair the purposes and intent of the ordinance or the comprehensive plan. And the fourth is the variance, if granted, would be the minimum necessary to alleviate the unnecessary hardship.
Thank you. I just have a couple of extra things that may or may not have been mentioned already, but I think they're fairly important. Western Avenue, if you'll remember, between 134th and at least 149th was just recently widened in 2013. Shortly after that, a large tornado came through there, almost across where this path, where the proposed site is, damaging several houses, and has already incurred heightened traffic due to the added construction and repair in the area on the new road that we've added. We're also talking about what I understand is the fastest growing area in Oklahoma, the southwest Oklahoma City area, Moore area, and we've also just this year experienced severe flooding, which has gone across this section of road just south of where we're talking about. I think those are the main topics that I really wanted to, some other people have talked on the other things that I would have said, but those are the ones that I wanted to make sure were brought up. I also represent my neighbor who also lives at 1532 on 131st.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Adam.
My name is Alex Yaffe. I live at 13601 Tuscany Drive. I am one of those that lives within the, not quite the 90 feet of the current operating well, but a couple hundred feet or maybe 150 feet of the current operating well in the Tuscany addition. Let me say this, there's been a lot of discussion about Chaz and Trey Resources. What this board is not here to do, in my not so humble opinion, is to mediate a dispute or discussion between Chaz and Trey Resources. What this humble board is required to do is to look at the factors required in a variance and determine if that is correct. This is not about a process that occurred 4 years ago, frankly, which I objected to with the Home Creations tract. This is not about whether or not what's best for Chaz or Home Creations or what's best for Trey Resources. This is about what's best for the city, taking into account the 4 elements that we've just discussed. Now, I'm not going to talk about any of those things except probably number 3, which is relief would not cause substantial detriment to the public good or impair purposes of the ordinance or comprehensive plan. Mr. Austin has been clear that he doesn't want to talk about salt water and doesn't want to talk about other issues that may exist, but that goes directly to number 3, the element that is required for you to consider in this discussion. I think that it is important to discuss the safety of our children in drilling 12 additional wells. I come from a unique perspective of being an ambulance-chasing personal injury lawyer who tries lawsuits against oil companies, and also the chief executive officer of a pediatric clinic. My wife happens to be a pediatrician, and I happen to help her operate a series of clinics here in the Oklahoma City and Moore area. One of the things that gives me that unique perspective is that I get to see injured kids, and I get to see injured oil field workers and people who are injured on oil field equipment. This is not something, like I said, that should be taken lightly. I think the environmental concerns, which I clearly am not qualified to discuss, need to be and must be mentioned. I think the fracking and the wastewater concerns, the seismic concerns, the concerns that deal with earthquakes, again, deal directly with the third element, which are a substantial detriment to the public good. And again, you've got great lawyers here that are before you all the time. And I'm not in that element of great lawyers, but what I can tell you is that it's not about these two groups of people. It's about our city, and it's about your duty to do what's right on the best, on behalf of me as a citizen. And I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Connie Allagood, and I live at 2416 Southwest 118th Street. And my major concern is about the fracking and the possibility of earthquakes. We do get some of the residual from the northern Oklahoma County and Lincoln County and Logan County earthquakes. At one point, I did have my chandelier swing. You're talking about an area of Oklahoma City that's devastated economically just about every year now by major weather. And now you want to add earthquakes to that. I'm concerned at what point we'll even be able to get homeowners insurance, because our earthquake insurance right now is bad. It will not even put the brick back on the home. It will barely put the home together. My husband's still working, but I'm retired, and I don't want to spend my retirement money putting my home back together over and over again, so 800 people won't be economically deprived. We're talking about thousands of people in this area, and a lot of us are retired. We've got our homes paid for, and I've got a significant investment in my home. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jamie Crow, and I'm representing a couple of neighbors. I'm off 143rd and Blackwelder, and I'm not sure exactly where that is to the map up on the screen. My only concern is I bought the house in December, moved in, and I had no notice of this. I didn't know about the case in January. I sure as heck wouldn't have bought a home with 6 boys that can run around on 5 acres to wonder whether or not my pool's going to have a crack. The shop that we have our business in is going to collapse. And so my only concern is, and not to repeat anything, but one, there are livestock out there. There are several residents off of Blackwelder that have horses. They already go crazy with the weather that takes place today. I personally have 2 donkeys, 2 horses, a pig, several animals, and 6 children. This is my homestead. I am excited to see some of these homes being built. I'm not excited to know that there's a possibility of 12 wells that are in the place of being approved. At 11 o'clock at night last night is when I find out. So I pardon myself for not knowing enough about this in this case. I've learned a lot today with the presentation. Dr. Balfour has lived there. She's on 7 acres across from my 5. She was not here today because she has patients to tend to. She said the noise is definitely a concern for her. The pollution. On Blackwelder, it's a private road as it is. If I'm driving in or out of that road, I have to get over to let someone else come by. I can't imagine what this is going to do to the side roads. I hope that there's not going to be any access points. They've told us with the construction of the homes that there will not be. But I have a feeling that the house that I bought, the private acres that I hope to live in for the rest of my life on, is really going to be disturbed. And that's what I'm here to make sure that keep us in the loop, inform us. Maybe we wouldn't be so concerned. At this point, I'm terrified.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Katie Shepard, and I live at 828 Waterview Road, Southwest 134th and Western, basically. And I agree completely with every homeowner that has spoken, so I'm not going to go over all those points again. But my main question would be, is there a petition I could start so we could have more time to decide if this is going to be accepted, or is this a thing we're doing today? Because I didn't find out about it till last night either.
Well, the outcome of this request is likely going to be resolved this afternoon.
Today? Okay. So
But
I
as a
just like to-
neighbor and as a citizen, what you think and how you feel
I feel
matters.
strongly against
And I
it.
know Mr. Groves and the representatives from Trey we're all citizens too, maybe of Oklahoma City, maybe of another town. And we care about our own welfare and our families, we care about our homes and our property values, all the things you care about. And this is part of what we're doing, is we want to balance their interests and their right to pursue their business and your rights as homeowners.
So I would request that they drill vertically instead of horizontally.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other?
My name is Bill Mitchell. I live at 1900 Southwest 31st Street. And I was listening to several things that were being said in here, and again, I think the council here, the important element is the third element as discussed, because the science on fracking is not complete yet. And I know you're not here to decide that. I understand that's a Corporation Commission issue. But I believe Mr. Frisani said there were going to be 285 homes in that development that are going to be substantial homes in excess of $200,000. So that's in excess of $57 million of investment that would be made in there. And that's a large investment. But what is more important, as each of you own your own home, each of those homeowners have an investment of $200,000, which is a substantial investment to that. And I think this council needs to take into consideration people making an investment that are going to pay taxes to the city of Oklahoma City for many, many years to come. What's going to happen to those people if indeed, since the science isn't determined whether fracking causes earthquakes, do you want to cause more harm to these people that have to make a substantial investment in a piece of property in that area, as well as the other homeowners that already live in the area that are going to be around there? And if it can indeed be done with the existing pads that have been proposed there, if they can do there, and it's a matter of cost, I don't think the council should consider a matter of cost to Trey Resources. If they can accomplish and they can extract the minerals, which it is being suggested they can here through what is existing, then I don't see that there's an issue. Let them do it. If it costs them more, don't impact the rest of the community and people that have made an investment there.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Jake Aldridge. I operate a business at 12231 South May, and I bear the great benefit of operating a business in South Oklahoma City and also living in Northwest Norman at 4405 Cannon Drive. One of the exhibits that was put on earlier showed the fault line that we are talking about here. And I think, for me, that's the single most important thing. I recognize that there's an issue that has been brought up about which plots are in place. And some people have brought up some issues with regards to saltwater injection wells. And the gentleman who just got up here and talked, I think, is important, because the reason we have you guys is to speak for us, to speak as the citizens. And so the one thing that you get to do, which when I'm a lawyer, jurors don't get to do, I don't get to talk to them. I don't get to put them in the shoes as the people who have been injured. But in this situation, I do get to do that. I do get to put you guys there. And so ultimately, one of the things that you have to do in evaluating this is not so much what happens and A plus B equals C, but what happens to me. If I lived in that area, I drive down Western right past this development. I turn left at 134th. What they're talking about doing literally affects northwest of there is where my office is, southeast of there is where my home is. If something were to happen along that fault line, it would affect me, not just in my home, but in my business. And for them to get up here, and the owner of the company stood up here and he talked about the first line, and that was about taking oil out of an area that had two levels that were not compromised, and they were there, and there was nothing that was going to happen. And then there was this conversation about going a level deeper and about pencil-thin wells, right? We're going to frack a little bit. I don't know and I know what you're getting ready to say, and I appreciate it, but it's important because ultimately, we don't know. And the one thing they're asking for is a leap of faith from you guys and from the homeowners and the people who live in that area to agree with what they're doing because, gosh, they're going to make more money.
And I would remind you, too, that, you know, we have the scope of our consideration today regarding their request, but we do not control the activities. The Corporation Commission has the oversight. There is a lot of oversight of these companies. What we want to do is we want to hear your concerns, and I hear your concern about the fault line and the possible impact of that. But in fairness to them, we want to hear your concerns and for them to hear them, and then we want to give them a chance to respond to those concerns.
And I appreciate that, and I think what's important about the response to that point is, that is the third level, right? That truly is what it comes down to.
And we will ask them to address that.
Perfect.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your comments. Is there anyone else in attendance that wishes to speak before we invite Mr. Groves back? Thank you for your patience, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would, at probably the behest of those in attendance, I would ask that in another 10 or 15 minutes, we take another 5-minute recess or something.
Mr. Groves, we could do it now or we could do it later.
Now.
All right. Well, we'll recess for 5 minutes for a hospitality break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to reconvene the Board of Adjustment meeting for July the 2nd and invite Mr. Groves.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Eric Groves again for the applicant. We're going to try to condense our rebuttal in the interest of time. I'm here to rebut some of the things advanced by Mr. Box, Mr. Gum, Mr. Brittenham, but we would like to address the concerns of neighboring landowners first, and so we want to present Justin Savage, who will deal with those questions as expeditiously as we can.
And he must still be in the restroom because I don't see him sitting behind me. So instead, we'd like to start with Dr. Murray. And Dr. Murray is, I know you said a couple times that fracking is not the issue for you with the Corporation Commission, but there has been some concern. So he's going to condense his presentation as much as he can in interest of time, but we think that it would be helpful to let the members, the homeowners and the people that are here hear that side of it and hear some of the facts rather than just the fear that's occurred in the public eye.
And by way of introduction, Dr. Murray is a hydrogeologist with the Oklahoma Geological Survey, been there since 2011. He's an adjunct professor at OU in the School of Geology and Geophysics since 2013. Got his BA at Shippensburg, cum laude, his MS at Wright State in hydrogeology concentration, and his doctorate at the Colorado School of Mines. I have his CV, which I'd be glad to pass out, but it's pretty long. And He's a widely published, frequent lecturer, the man in Oklahoma.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to address the homeowners' concerns and the map that was shown by one of the other speakers that had faults on it, and just give you some perspective on how I see things. I'm going to summarize my one-page CV here for you, just to let you know my background and why my opinion might have some weight. I did get my PhD from Colorado School of Mines in 2003. I've been in Oklahoma since 2011. I moved here on November 1st, 2011, and we had a major earthquake on November 6th of 2011. So I was welcomed to Oklahoma with the biggest earthquake in history of the state. I'm the first hydrogeologist employed by the Oklahoma Geological Survey, even though it was founded in 1908. I'm the first water person employed there, so I had a lot of work to do, and I thought it was important when I came here to address the concerns that were most relevant to the public, because I'm a public servant, and that was water use in oil and gas, water production in oil and gas industry, water management and disposal, and now with the increased seismicity, is there some correlation? And what do we know about it? And where do we need to be concerned about it? Where do we not need to be concerned about it? So I do a lot of speaking to industry, to the public, and I'm very active in my research in those areas. And I don't have the advanced tool. So left mouse or right? Right? Right. Okay, so these are some of the publications that I've had in the last few years. I'm going to just breeze through these. The first one in the upper left, it reports on water use for hydraulic fracturing and drilling and completion in Oklahoma. And in that article, one of the key points that's relevant to today's discussion is that we complete about 3,000 wells in the state of Oklahoma in a particular year. And presently, at that time that I published it, less than 50% of those wells were horizontal, and horizontal wells predominantly are hydraulically fractured. Today, I'm sure it's more than 50% of the wells are horizontal in the state, and a large number of those are hydraulically fractured. I began to understand that produced water is more of an issue than hydraulic fracturing, and how we manage that water is very important. So I focused more on produced water and saltwater management, so the latter publications really are focused around that issue. The one here in the bottom left covers a 4-year time frame where I've compiled and reported in map view and tabular form and charts where the water's going in the subsurface. And then you can see it in map view where the big injection wells are versus smaller injection wells, and put it into perspective and relate that to where the earthquakes are taking place. So to further give you a further background and to identify myself as an expert, I pursue my research at OU. The first consortium that's listed there is something that I'm trying to form myself as the director, to look at the interplay of water and energy, because both resources are very important, and we can't have energy production without water, we can't have water production without energy, so we've got to really manage those two key resources together. Because I started to work on produced water issues and saltwater management issues, I was approached by one of the national or international experts on seismicity. His name's Mark Zoback. He's probably the author or the person that's quoted in that newspaper article recently on induced and triggered seismicity, and he's studying Oklahoma, but he approached me because he needs somebody in Oklahoma that knows Oklahoma and knows the issues here, and saltwater management and disposal is my area of expertise. So I have a collaborative agreement with them, and I was approached by them as the expert. After that collaborative agreement was formed, a group of us at OU started to form our own consortium to look at this issue. So we at OU and at the OGS are living and breathing this stuff every day. You know, I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. I didn't give you one key piece of information. My address, I live at 4217 Cannon Drive. One of the last speakers lives on my street, apparently. It's 4.5 miles from the proposed site for these 12 wells. So just some slides here to show you where the earthquakes of a magnitude 2 or greater are located in the state in the last 6 years from January 1st, 2009. Some key things to think about here are that most of the earthquakes are in the Cherokee Platform province, which is shown as green in the background, or the Anadarko Shelf, which is the dark bluish color in the northern part of Oklahoma. Those are the areas that are seismically active today. Of course, we're in Cleveland County, very close to the border of Oklahoma County, and if I had a pointer, I'd do somewhere in here. So the operation or the activities that we're talking about today are here in this upper part of the corner of Cleveland County.
May I interrupt you for just a moment?
Yeah,
I think one of the concerns of the neighbors and others in the community is that if these proposed wells are approved and are drilled, that we're increasing the risk of seismic activity. Drilling already exists.
Right, right.
And so is it just a matter of the proximity to the formation of where the drills are willed and wells are drilled, and does that affect whether you're going to have seismic activity? To me, this is an issue that is far, above and beyond the scope of what we're considering today. It's an interest to all of us.
Right.
But I'm not sure how relevant. Other board members, do you see it the same way? We're not going to solve the fracking issues. We're not drilling in an area where drilling hasn't already occurred. And so unless you tell me that, this either, decreases or increases the risk, or whether the risk is inherent when you drill and you have, a propensity to seismic activity.
Let me get right to the main issue are the faults that were identified by one of the other presenters, and I have a different set of faults that I've identified there. And there are different types of faults, and which ones are relevant, could potentially be triggered, and which ones could not. Let me get to those slides quickly. So saltwater disposal wells, we're mostly putting in the Arbuckle. There are the major injection wells. Okay, this is probably the slide that's most relevant in this case, and then later for the saltwater disposal well variants. These are the key factors that you would evaluate to determine the potential for triggered seismicity. So first of all, there has to be a fault present. You can't have an earthquake without a fault. So it's kind of like you can't have thunder without lightning. The type of fault is very important. Not all faults are created equal. So in the literature, the scientific literature, which I read daily, strike-slip faults are the ones that are potentially triggered and can be related to seismic events.
And that's the illustration at the bottom.
That's the illustration at the bottom. So the faults that were identified on the other exhibit, if I had to tell you what type of faults those were, I would call those normal faults. And that means that there's an extensional force, and the height of the Bodark formation that's mapped on that slide is different across the fault. So what's happening there is that I need to go back somehow. Can you go back? There it is. Okay. So the Bodark formation has changed in the elevation, so there's an extensional force, and you could inject fluid directly into that fault, and it would have no effect on the seismic activity. The only way that normal fault is going to move is if the entire continent moves in an extensional direction.
So the proposed drilling activity does not increase the probability of seismic activity or
right.
along that fault. That fault doesn't represent additional risk.
Right, based on the types of faults that are identified on that map, if they even exist. I'm not sure that I believe they're there. I don't have those on my current fault map. And then the faults also have to extend into the basement. They tend to be steeply dipping, and they have to be oriented in one of these two directions, 40 to 60 degrees or 130 to 150 degrees. That's the maximum direction of stress in Oklahoma, and that would be the type of fault that would more likely be triggered. And so you have to look at all of those factors, and based on power ahead here, based on what I see in this area, these are the faults that I have identified. They're not striking northeast southwest or northwest southeast. They're east-west faults, and I believe they're normal faults. They're not strike-slip faults. So regardless of what we do anthropogenically, those faults are not going to move unless the Gulf of Mexico suddenly subsides and southern Oklahoma follows it into the depths of the Gulf of Mexico. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's the idea. And what you see here on this slide also is that the site, which is here, this cluster essentially, is in the Anadarko Basin geologic province where there's no seismicity today. It's very close to the southern part of the Anadarko platform. And there are some high volume injection wells in this area, but there's only a little bit of seismicity in the northeast part on the other side of what's called the Nemaha Fault, which is another normal fault. And those seismic events are probably due to some local faults that are in this area. So this is a 6-mile radius that would be of significance in terms of how the OCC regulates those wells.
And one of the questions or things that I wondered if you could talk about is, I believe Trey Resources agreed to put in a seismicity monitor in this exact area so that if there was some increase, it's already done. It's not something that we're going to do in the future. It's already been done. So that if there was some seismicity, it would be tracked and sent back to the OGS, and then changes could be made. Is that an accurate thing and things people are doing at OGS to look at the different areas?
Yeah, the OGS works pretty closely with the Corporation Commission, so I know it's not your issue. The Corporation Commission manages these types of issues, and they contact us and work with us to resolve them as quickly
And I think what we were looking for the benefit of, those here today is just some understanding of fault lines, and I think you've given us that, and you've shown us that this particular fault line does not represent an undue risk.
Yeah, I call it a very unlikely to be triggered.
And if I could, he says he doesn't know where we got our information. For your benefit, those are faults confirmed by the Oklahoma Corporation Commission. So those have been confirmed recently, as our expert said. So for the Commission's information, we got our information from the corporation.
Thank you. Thank you.
The fault lines that they showed were submitted with the plan in 1961, I believe, which is prior to geophysical techniques that are used today to determine the thickness and the extent of some of the zones of interest, and faulting would show up on geophysical instruments, surveys. And they also probably had very little well control. So they may be part of the record of that unit, but my sense is they're not as reliable as the faults that we have mapped in our database, which is a compilation of USGS and OGS publications and research projects throughout the last several decades.
Okay, so I think that should be enough on the earthquake seismicity issue.
Yes.
To address it, and we can move on to one of the other issues that were addressed. Does that sound good?
I think, the next obvious issues for us are the separation. And they were citing other examples where wells were placed much closer in much closer proximity than what you're proposing. The other thing is to defend the Plan A and the Plan B instead of the existing sites.
Okay.
There may be other issues for the board members, but those.
If you guys want to summarize a rebuttal, and then I think, I know at least for me, I have questions about all this, summarizing all this together. I'm sure other board members do as well, so I think we probably need to move in that direction.
I think probably the best, most efficient way for us to do it is, instead of going, we can go back and forth all day long. I think with Shaz and their lawyers, and I think that's one of the things the homeowners are a little frustrated with, is that back and forth between us, and you all know that we have the district court case where we're battling out who has what rights and who has what issues. And to the extent you all would like us to answer any questions on where that stands or how it works, we would like to address those. But what we don't want to do is spend equal amount of time going through every single statement we heard today that we may not agree with, that wouldn't matter one way or the other for your determination as to whether or not to.
We couldn't agree more. And just for the record, some of the comments that the public made, the board does humbly, as it was pointed out, take this effort. The reason that we're focused on the two primary, so to speak, parties here is because those are the people who are offering up the evidence. But it's this board's job, and with no disrespect to any of the experts, to weigh 4 elements to grant a variance. No one here can adjudicate seismicity. It's not going to be me. But what we can do is examine it, and I think the public's comments and what we're trying to get to, really, frankly, for me, boils down to the last 2 elements of your variance request. So that's why I would like to get to that point. I'm not interested in hearing you guys go back and forth. I'm interested in being able to summarize these arguments so we can figure out whether 3 and 4 are met, cast a vote.
Okay, so let's go directly to, I think this makes the most sense, the acreage we want to use and why we want to use Plan A. Does that make the best sense to you guys?
That's fine.
Okay.
My name is John Stromberg, and I live at 138 Deer Creek Road, which is in North Oklahoma City, right north of Oklahoma City, actually. It's not in a city. I'm a consulting petroleum engineer. Been practicing for more years than I'd care to admit to. And I'm going to try to answer just a couple of your questions. And I think you partially answered one of them yourselves, and each operator has his own way of wanting to drill wells and how he wants to do them. Our primary purpose is what we consider to be safety. And yes, you can cram wells closer together. That can be done and has been done. However, we like to have enough room on the location that our workers can safely work around the equipment without endangering their lives. Another problem that we do have is, as somebody else mentioned earlier, when we first came to you, we had 2 wells that were not going to require fracking. If you remember, Dave mentioned that the upper zone did not require fracking. We were going to drill into those 2 wells. Those 2 wells in that zone. So consequently, we didn't have to frack those. Now we have 12 wells, which is our entire development, and at that time I told you we had additional wells we wanted to develop, but this is our package. So 6 of those wells go down to the deeper zone. Those wells do need to be fracked, and to frack these wells does require a great deal of space for frack trucks, sand trucks, water trucks, and other facilities that we have to have in order to frack those wells. Now, going back to the stuff that we do have, if you look at the pictures that we did have, where you have the blue boxes, some of those boxes are created in such a way that
They're not blue and white, but they're right here. Right here is the 174, and then up here is where the other blue box is, which is what we're already utilizing as part of one of our pad sites.
Now, if you notice this picture, we want to start over here and basically drill this way. If we use any of those pads, except the one up in the northeast quarter, we're going to have to drill some wells back and then come back across, and as we've already mentioned, there is a limit to how far we can do that. Secondly, we can't bring those wells from the northeast quarter down and turn them out for the same reason. It's just too far.
And when you
The-
say, is it too far because the equipment is limited and it cannot be done? Because as you know, if it's additional cost that you're trying to avoid, that is not a justification for your variance request.
I agree, and no, that is not true. If you think about a horizontal well, you push the bit through the reservoir. The way you push the bit through the reservoir is with the vertical pipe. The horizontal pipe is laying down on the bottom of the hole. And that is sliding under friction. So as you drill deeper, and we can do what we can do because these wells are deep, they're 8,000 feet. So we have a long vertical list. But this problem of going horizontal, we have to have enough weight to push it out. Secondly, if you notice the way we have to drill these wells, consider that reach that we spent so much time trying to understand. When you go out with that reach and then you bend it, you create a second amount of friction going in that curve. And let's not forget, this steel that we're bending down there is unbendable on the surface by you and me. This stuff is tough. So we're having to bend it around this curve, and then we're having to overcome the friction, and that friction around the curve is greater also. So we get to a distance that we just can't drill that lateral out any further.
Because Mr. Box and his representatives are portraying, your situation as such that from the existing sites, that you should be able to successfully recover all the resources. And you're telling me that that is not possible.
I'm not saying it is not possible. I am saying that it is problematical as to whether or not we could do it in these wells, in 12 wells.
And to put it another way, because I think I'm going to try to do it in a layperson, do the interpretation the best I can. That the way that I understand it, and the reason why we didn't propose, this was the question I think, Mrs. Powers, you addressed directly. If you can do it, all these 6 wells right here, and I can do these 3 wells right here, and I can do these wells right here at the north, where the tank battery is, why didn't we propose it that way? That's the question. Why did Trey Resources not propose it in that particular manner? And the answer to that is, because I ask it, there are several different factors that go into this, as we've discussed. Some is technology, some is surface use, some is where the pipelines are located, some is access from the outside of Western. We would never use Blackwelder. I don't know if the lady was here that was worried about that. It is impossible for us to use Blackwelder unless we built an entirely new road, because there's a creek there that will not hold basically even a car at this point. So there is no access from Blackwelder. All of the access will come from here. But all of those factors, where would you put your tank battery? Where would you put your pipelines? Where are you going to have that web go in your flow lines? Where are you going to have your access points? Where are you going to put the drilling rigs such that you can go in a direction, right? Because remember, these wells are all going to be drilled underneath here in different directions. So if I have to put all 6 of these wells right here, because that's basically what they're saying, put all 6 of these wells in this box. I can probably put 3 in that box maybe 4, but it will be very difficult to put all 6 of these and then have them all go in the same spots these went to go get all the hydrocarbons we saw on the one map that Mr. Satterfield showed us to show us the drainage. This is not just an economic problem that we have of sticking it in these acres here, here, and here. What was interesting about Shaz's issue and what they brought and the evidence that they're showing is they don't have a problem with us actually drilling. They admitted that. Their only concern is where we're drilling.
And I want to ask a question about the proximity. You addressed the proximity of the units. We saw examples of units where they're more closely spaced. And you're saying it's really a health and safety issue in terms of, for you as Trey Resources and the drilling activity and the workers and so forth. Why would the others, I mean, I'm sure they did that for a reason. There were either efficiencies or, the available surface rights they had.
I don't know all of the details, and neither does Stromberg or anyone else that we have with us today on those exact paths and exactly what they were doing and where they were going and which direction they were going in. But this is what I can submit to you, that I don't know this for sure, but I bet they were not 7,500-foot lateral horizontal wells. And that is a much bigger well than, say, and he may know, the smaller horizontal wells that were originally drilled. And Stromberg can tell you that they started out small and then they got longer and longer and longer as technology has gotten better. I don't know if the ones they showed you, and we can ask him and maybe he knows, whether or not they were able to do it because of those constraints. But we are not willing to put our workers or even the people who would be in that environment around them. Let's say that it's the people that Mr. Farzane has building houses. We don't want to create hazards anywhere that we don't have to. We have tried to put together the best we can from this, and I want to address one other thing about location. One of the things that was said was they can use these existing locations, and they keep moving the ball, right? We keep changing our mind as to where we want to do it. We came to you in January, and we said we wanted 2 wells. And that was denied. And one of the things we weren't able to demonstrate to this board, after I read the transcript, was we couldn't demonstrate with using only 2 wells how we were missing out on all the hydrocarbons until we look at the entire west side of this unit. Does that make sense? If we don't look at the entire area and every surface place we could use in order to determine how we are going to extract that oil and gas from underneath that surface, how can anyone stand in front of you and tell you that it can't be done here, but it can be done here? What we do know for certain is that if we are not allowed to have this variance, then we're going to come back and ask for another variance, because we still need to have the right to extract this oil and gas.
Let me ask you.
You bet.
On the issue of the separation, if separation that's being proposed here, and I understood what you were saying about, you needing sort of a certain amount of space, this amount of space for the kind of operation that it is, to get, various types of trucks in and out and, to have the separation and for safety. Is the separation that's being proposed here comparable to the separation that Trey uses for comparable wells elsewhere?
The other wells we've drilled in this area have used the same type of separation.
So you're not doing something different here than you've done other places?
No, ma'am, this is what we do.
Okay.
And the only reason we have spread this out into 3 different places, I will submit to you that if you gave a blank piece of paper right here with nothing on it, no setback requirements, no houses built, no churches, no schools, no churches on this side, right? Because we're subject to setbacks all the way across. The houses up here, nothing that was preventing us from drilling on the closer edge. There was no other setback whatsoever, and the houses hadn't been developed yet, creating additional setbacks. We would create one central location for all 12 wells, not 3 different ones. The reason why we have 3 different ones today is because there's been district court litigation. I'm not going to go into all the details and history of that, but there's been district court litigation about what we're allowed to do and what Shaz is allowed to do in terms of development. We have been told we are not allowed to develop any wells or go in there and try to construct wells until we have permission from this board, because it's a city ordinance. Judge Bachman in Cleveland County made that decision back in October of 2014. And as we've been going and trying to get the best plan we can do, houses have been built. Shaz started with building this row of houses. They didn't start with building this row of houses. They didn't start with building these houses, And they certainly, as Mr. Box tried to make it sound like, didn't start building in Section 1 of Palomero Place. They started right here. The first roads they built were right here. When we were here in January of 2015, they were working on building right here. Then they told you the reason why you shouldn't give us the variance on January 8th, 2015 is because we need to drill right here where this 174 well is. The very first house they built was this one, where the 7 is, right across the street from the 174. You can stand there, and I can almost hit it from with a baseball. I'm not very good at that. It's pretty close, okay? And yes, we built a fence around it, and we have the proper signs. They've claimed that it's the poison signs. Those are required by OSHA. But the point being, once they do that, then we have a different statutory requirement than we did before they built that house. It's now 300 feet. Then they sent a letter, and that's a different appeal with the city of the 174. There's all kinds of questions as to whether or not this particular location is even available for use. And that all came to fruition right after they came to you and said that we could use this space. They brought a restraining order against us on this area in the district court. We cannot do anything with this well right now until we have the appeal heard.
Ms. Radicki, we are very aware at this point in the day that you two are locked in a game of chess, okay? We understand. What I would like for you to address or have your experts address in a meaningful way for me, it deals with our two elements that, in my opinion, I'm not convinced have been met. And that is, we have issues dealing with the public good. And you guys have offered up for what I think you agree the first time today that you've offered up when you came in January. Hang on, let me get it out and then you can disagree with me. The first time, even when you came in January, you're now proposing to build walls, to do things to address sound issues, to add beautification, but you haven't done any of that previously. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. We have done some of those in other areas. And the other areas where we drilled is in the industrial area, and they do have the trees and the beautification, and we
What
have
about
a
the drilling you've
presentation.
done in this area?
We haven't done any.
You don't have an active...
We have no brand-new wells. They're all wells we inherited that go back to the vertical wells from the very beginning. In the beautification, there's a presentation. There's one inside of, is it Legacy Edition? The WSJU 166, and there's a picture, is basically 2 lots. Like, pretend like all these houses are already built. It's 2 lots right in the middle. They can't hear it.
He needs to come forward
He
and
needs to
say
come
his
forward.
name and all that stuff.
My name is Justin Harlan Savage. I grew up in Newcastle, Oklahoma, 18 years. I was a resident of Oklahoma City, 10 years after that.
Could you address us from the podium, please, and just give us your name?
My name is Justin Harlan Savage. I grew up in Newcastle for 18 years of my life till I went to college. A few years afterwards, moved back to Oklahoma City, where I was a resident for 10 years. I currently live in Midland, Texas, where I work for Dave Thomas. Still do not consider Midland my home. I consider Oklahoma City my home. Any of these people will tell you that. I plan to move back here as soon as possible. What she's speaking of is the WSJU 166. It is a well that was drilled prior to unitization and has been producing ever since I have been employed with Trey, which was October of 2010. At that time, J.W. Mashburn, under the consultation of Kendall Dillon, who they have called, who Home Creations has called as an expert witness, was constructing this addition for Mr. Mashburn. As you can tell, the site is a 300 by 300 location, approximately 150 feet from center. Around every edge of the square, there are homes as close as 130 feet from the existing wellbore. It is a highly dense neighborhood, though this is not how we would construct an agreement ourselves. We inherited this from a prior operator.
When we got it, did it have those trees?
It had most of them.
And what did we do to add to it?
To add to it, we added the signage that was not implemented in place. And I can tell you specifically that it's hazardous H2S, moving equipment, dangerous, do not enter, electricity. My phone. It's about 6 different verbiages on signage. Signage is not only present at the facilities, but also at the well level. And I would also like to add that it wasn't just the 174 that those signs are on. It is also on the 173 in the Shaz Home Creations 100 acres, which is approximately 1,320 feet due west of the 174, as well as it is on the WSU number 130, which is now called the Elizabeth number 1, in the Tuscany edition, that's right. And furthermore, to address the children, these site remedies,
I think we've
word for it.
established that.
we have children that live right across the street from those wells.
And I think we've established, I mean, what Scott was seeking was not cause detrimental, and that you would comply with all the
Absolutely, all
requirements
Oklahoma Corporation Commission, Oklahoma City, or any SPCC plans.
and be responsive to the people that lived in the area in terms of
Without question.
screening and noise reduction. I guess the only thing, if we still have something to talk about, is whether your request is the minimum necessary to alleviate the unnecessary hardship. David, would you like to address that?
You had asked, the question was posed on the wells that we showed, were those comparable? In fact, the new Dominion wells are actually 2 miles longer than the wells proposed here. And so to that exact point, the minimum necessary, the last thing I'll say, and I'm sit down, this board approved variance requests by Trey a mile or two to the west at 134th and Meridian. The spacing on those is 50 feet.
And I, as an operator, they have a right to determine what they consider, to be a safe operating condition, on their sites.
Oh,
And
don't
if they feel
disagree.
like this is what's required to drill safely, in that area, then I think they have the right. Not that they haven't
Sure.
drilled more closely in other circumstances.
I was just addressing Ms. Power's point, asking what do they normally do? Recently, it's 50 feet.
Thank you.
I would like to sum up very briefly on this matter of the elements of the variance. And I'm going to defer to Leah to talk about why this is the minimum necessary to extract these hydrocarbons. But one of the most expositive cases in Oklahoma on this subject is Vincent v. Medley. And I want to read what the Supreme Court said in that case. It said that an unnecessary hardship is found where there is some degree of interference with an ordinary legal property right from which the hardship would arise. The ordinary legal property right in this case is the blanket easement over this land and the right to extract hydrocarbons. That is my client's ordinary legal right. What interferes with that? We're outside the U7 zone. That's what interferes with it. And so the reason we request a variance is because we're outside of the U7 zone. The hardship is peculiar or unique to the applicant's situation. Any property with hydrocarbons underneath it is unique as far as I'm concerned. The degree of the severity of the hardship imposed by the ordinance is not essential to carry out the spirit of the ordinance. There is no way to extract these hydrocarbons except by drilling. And what it seems the opposition is trying to convince you of is they have a better plan. But it's not up to them. We have the dominant estate. We have the blanket easement. We've designed a plan that is suitable for the situation. The final thing the court said was substantial deprivation results to the applicant. And in Vincent v. Medley, the court said the applicant has a high probability of recovering quantities of hydrocarbons under the property. Without the variance, applicant will suffer a substantial deprivation of its right to enjoy a valuable property interest in extracting the underlying hydrocarbons. And that's what would happen here if we don't have the variance. Now, I want to defer to, I want to wrap this up because we want you to hear our application for a special exception today, to which there's been no protest filed, by the way. So we want to close it up, and I would like Leah to address the issue of, is this the minimum necessary? She's more oil and gas than I am.
I
I think we've already done that, and I'm not going to waste your time going over it again unless you have a specific question, but we've done our best to tell you why we've spaced it, where we've spaced it, why we've picked these 3 particular locations, and the factors that went into determining those, and that we cannot obtain and extract the hydrocarbons from under the yellow that you saw in, Sterling Satterfield's presentation earlier without drilling it in those 12 wells in these 3 sites. Questions?
And in your variance request, you talked about option A and option B, whether all the drilling occurs on one site or whether it's on the 3 separate sites. If we grant your variance request, is that your discretion then to choose the option A or option B? Or do we simply, if we vote in favor of your variance request, we specify whether it would be option A and option B so that we know where the drilling will actually occur? Is there anything else, board members, that you can think of that?
I would like, in summary, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I would like for our municipal councilor here, for the public's benefit, there's a lot of conversation here about things that are outside of our control. And I have tried on a number of occasions to get back to the fact that this body hears about 4 things and 4 things only, and those are the elements to grant a variance. We are not here to adjudicate issues that go before the Corporation Commission or other agencies about the safety of the well, signage requirements. There are certain things that we can do within our purview to create reasonable obligations on the driller and the operator to try and protect the public's interest, particularly in an area like this where you have what will amount to dense development. But there are things that I think we need to be sure that you all are aware of before we sort of render a decision on this. So if you don't mind, I'd like for you to comment on that.
Right, and you're entirely correct. The Board of Adjustment's role here is really just to consider those 4 factors. And, if there are specifics about signage or those kinds of things, that's not within the board's role. So really whether or not Trey Resources applications meet those 4 requirements is what is before the board.
I think, the piece of that and the point upon which the homeowners kept coming back, and understandably, was the issue of, the public detriment, and so in urging us to consider things like the fracking and so on, it came back again and again to that point. And I think, to some extent, that's sort of a hole you could drive a truck through. I am maybe the only person in Oklahoma that doesn't either own mineral rights or have a family member that's somehow employed in the mineral extraction industry. But I certainly am no shill for the oil companies. If I could wave my magic wand or if I were king and could just pronounce that I think it's in the public interest that there not be any oil and gas drilling inside the city limits, I'd do that in a heartbeat. With all due respect to the experts that Trey has provided, I continue to be just as concerned as I ever was about fracking and seismology and, earthquakes and all those good things. And, it is really not our place. We do not have the authority to weigh this like a court of equity and just say what we think is fair or what we think, ought to happen. We have a very structured and limited guideline that controls our decision making. The issue of what is in the public interest is very slippery, and I think it has to do undeniably with the fact that in this state, the interests of mineral owners are paramount, perhaps. I mean, they outweigh many, many, many other interests. Would that be my choice if I could make it? No, it would not, but it's the way things are. And we have a very limited ability to prevent or to prohibit this kind of development. As I see it, Trey does have the dominant estate here. They do have the ability to extract these minerals. I think it is in our purview to hold them to a plan that makes more sense than another plan. And while they have offered up a plan B, to me, it doesn't make any kind of sense at all to have 3 different sites when you could do it all from one. The limit that it would place on just the intrusion into the surface development just it makes a great deal more sense. The issues of safety, the impact on surrounding properties, all of those things. I would want any approval to be conditioned on those presentations that have been made to us today with respect to the mitigation of impact on noise and lighting and visual intrusion, all of those things. But I don't believe that the need to satisfy, the harmful impact requirement of the statute gives us enough leeway to simply prohibit this. And failing that, it seems to me that the presentation that they have made here today does satisfy the requirements. I don't believe that the minimum necessary requirement of the statute gives us the authority to choose one plan over another. And if it did, I'm not sure I would have the expertise to do that anyway. I think that the plan that they have presented to us makes sense. I think it's viable, and I'll defer till other commissioners or other members of the board have made their comments, but I would be inclined to move for approval.
I'll let you make final comments, so I think that I am satisfied that the applicant has shown that the first 2 elements are clearly attained. I think the third one concerns me, and if the board is to move for some sort of an approval on this, I would hope that we would do it under the pretense that we're not going to go back through all this and line out these individual requirements. I want something much more broad as a condition of approval, essentially saying that you guys are going to use every effort to protect the surrounding neighborhoods from noise, from sight, from unnecessary traffic, from all of those things, knowing that there's a really good chance you're going to have to come back at some point and make another case for another site. And I would hope that you guys would honor that because this is a very difficult issue, and I know that the public sort of felt like they were just caught in the crosshairs, and I feel terrible for them because they're the ones who own homes here and have lived here for a long time, and we were certainly very sensitive to their protests. And I'm concerned for them, as I would be if it were my house, and I would want to know that you guys are doing everything to prevent a detriment to the public good. And then to alleviate the minimum necessary, Janice is dead on. I think our biggest issue before us is that we don't have the expertise to essentially ascertain whether it's true. What we can do is know that you guys have presented a plan that seems to make sense and satisfy the obligations of this 4th element. So that's kind of where I am with it.
I'm going to support the variance request, but I want to talk to the neighbors that are still present. My neighborhood, where I live, is just 2 or 3 blocks from Northwest Highway and 2 or 3 blocks from Penn Square. And part of my choice to live in that neighborhood was to know that if I'm in the backyard on the deck, that there are times that I hear the traffic on those roads. There are times during the Christmas holiday season that we have, so much traffic on that side of the neighborhood that you can hardly get in and out. That's a compromise, that I was willing to accept for the benefits of living where I live. And Trey Resources has the right to pursue their business interests and the obligation to fully extract, the oil and gas that's available in this tract. At the same time, for those of you that own a home, all of us understand, your concerns, and we're not trying to minimize those. What you have to know, and we're seeing this more and more, 25, 30 years ago, there was nothing but, some cattle and an occasional shop, and this would have never been an issue. It becomes an issue as development begins to encroach into some of these parts of the city where drilling has historically occurred. And so if you didn't live there, it wouldn't be the issue that it is because you do live in an adjacent neighborhood, and we understand that. But you have to have some level of understanding, first of all, for their right to pursue their business interests. And second of all, when you begin to buy in neighborhoods that are encroaching in areas that were rural just a few years ago, there may be things like this that come up. But again, we don't intend to minimize or not hear your concerns and not appreciate them. So I'm going to support the application for a variance, and so I would entertain a motion.
I'll move for approval. Although I would say that, just the opposite of you, I would prefer that it be specifically conditioned on the mitigating factors that are presented to us today, and you want this built in. I want this built in.
We agree to those conditions, and probably we can, if the municipal council will draft an order, we can insert those conditions in there, dealing with light, traffic, and the other matters that were of concern to the neighbors.
I think I would, if we're going to do that, then I think I would want to entertain any sort of conditions that any of the opposition would like to see included in that order as a part of this hearing.
Yes, what I'm talking about are the conditions that would address the concerns of surrounding landowners.
Sure.
And these are not unusual for us to address, by the way. We do landscaping, we do screening, we do noise mitigation, we do light, deal with light pollution. So we have means of dealing with all these, and we're willing to agree to do so as a condition to the variance.
I consider those elements that were presented to us today to be part of the application that I'm moving to approve.
That's correct.
They were a bit general. I think for clarity for my client's sake, if we're going to have this, I think an 8-foot site-proof fence around the entirety of the box that they've got shown with landscape.
I couldn't understand, around the what?
Around the boxes that you guys, so an 8-foot fence around the entirety of the boxes.
Are we good for that?
And landscaped as well. And then obviously all the code requirements.
Well, it seems like that's sort of a belt and suspenders approach, both fencing and landscaping. Trees are probably better than it, but it's up to you, whichever you prefer.
We were told that what they've done in the past was a wall and landscape. So that's what my client would certainly prefer. I think that would help ease maybe some of the pain with us coexisting, and he could still sell the homes if there was a fence and landscaping.
As long as landscaping is, so just so we're clear, Mr. Box and I have argued over several orders so far in several different places and had to go back to judges' chambers on 2 occasions after he made very specific orders as to what it was going to go in there. And so for just purpose of efficiency, et cetera, I suggest to you, we can say we will do the things that are in the Sterling Satterfield presentation, and we will give those to you. And if we don't do it, then I feel very confident that when we come back to you for a variance or whatever we need to request next time, and we haven't done those things, there will be plenty of people here to point those items out to us. And we want to be good neighbors. We do not want to have unhappy neighbors. It's not fun for us. It's not fun for them. What we want to do is make everyone happy. So if we can get the conditions set so that we are not seeking input from us going back and forth, only because I know the history of us doing it, it does not go very quickly, then that would be my suggestion. But again, it's totally up to the board's discretion on how they want to condition it.
The conditions that Sterling expressed would be sufficient, I would think. We would agree to those.
That satisfies my concern. Talk about belt and suspenders. I would expect you as well to do whatever that you think will. In addition.
Yes, of course.
So.
Janice, is your motion on all 12 wells or just?
Can we do that? Can we do all 12?
Three agenda items, and the three are,
We need to make it clear what is being approved. So if you want to approve all of the agenda items, then, we should say each application.
yeah, you would be moving approval of items 12, 13, and 14.
And that's fine with me, if it's okay with the other members of the board.
I know you're tapping me. I'm very, very uncomfortable with the generalities that are put into this Satterfield presentation. It says higher sound walls. What does that mean? What does that mean? What are we improving?
We can be specific. We can agree to a height here today in this hearing.
Okay. In order for me,
But we don't want to go beyond this hearing if we can avoid it, because I've been informed that today is the last day.
I understand.
That this board is ever going to hear an oil and gas matter.
I have your answer. Cleve? He didn't get to speak. So,
Hi, my name is Cleve Thomas. I'm the asset manager for Trade Resources.
okay, what are the barriers while drilling?
Barriers are 25 to 35-foot acoustic wall barriers surrounding the rig while drilling, which pursuant to what Sterling was talking about earlier. Post-drilling, during operations, we will have fences with locks, all the signage that's required by OSHA and the OCC, and we will put up trees that eliminates the site of the location.
so that surrounds the site.
Similar to what you saw in the 166.
Yeah, because that's the image that I was shown, which was fenced and landscaped, and we backpedaled from that. So
I was worried about what they consider landscape and what we consider landscape, so as long as it's the trees around the fence, much like we showed you before, then we're good. And I'm only pointing that out because we disagree on lots of words that seem very
okay,
easy.
I understand.
I would also include the comments, and I don't want to and don't feel the need to be more specific than this, but that there will be sound mitigation, including, location,
The wall barriers?
optimal positioning
That's
of
during drilling only.
noise-generating equipment and so on, in order to, mitigate the impacts of noise.
Basically, whatever's technologically feasible.
That lighting on the site
At
be
the
kept to a
time,
minimum,
to put it
as
in.
needed for safety and security and so on. To me, that's not less vague than that they do everything they can do.
And do we have the word site-proof on the fencing? I want to make sure those words are in there, not just fencing, site-proof.
Would the mere idea of the sound wall is that it would have to be also site-proof, right? Or it might not? Is that not?
No, because if it's 25 to 35 feet, does that go all the way to the top of the derrick?
It doesn't go, no.
So,
Okay.
and it's during drilling. So when the derrick's up, would it be possible for you to potentially see the top of it if you were far away? Yes. I don't think that we can sit here and tell you that it's technologically feasible or that other people.
Yeah, and we
are
understand
thinking
that the drilling piece is temporary. I'm focused on the permanent.
Pump jack or
Yeah.
Another issue for me would be the use of electrical power versus generators.
Yes,
That was
ma'am.
part of the presentation that was made. And in terms of site proofing, I think either the fence or the landscaping, one or the other, either the trees or the fence needs to be site proof.
Wait. Will you tell me what you mean right there? I want to make sure I do it right.
Site proof fencing, solid.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
there's two operations here that makes what I spoke about earlier a little confusing. During drilling operations is when you experience most of the noise. That's when we'll have the...
They've already...
Right. Then afterwards, there's no need for a sound barrier fence. Is that clear? There's no need for a sound barrier wall.
Well, you're going to have one essentially if you surround it with trees.
Exactly.
There you go. And so we're more than happy to put a chain link fence with slats in the fence and then put trees on the outside of that fence, which would inhibit the sight once the trees grow up large enough, right, to where you can't see the sight through those trees.
And that's why we want the site-proof fence, because there's too much ambiguity in planting trees and when they grow up. I mean, site-proof fencing is very specific. It's defined in the code. There's no ambiguity about it.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought I better.
Let's modify your motion in a way that it articulates the points you want to make.
So all of those things that we just talked about?
So the site shall be fully encompassed by 8-foot site-proof fencing and surrounded by trees and shrubbery and other plantings to additionally shield the site.
Agreed.
Okay. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Register your vote. You're approved.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're ready to proceed with item 15, which hopefully can be done more expeditiously than the last one.
Item number 15, case number 14082, application for special exception of Trey Resources to allow a disposal well located at 4544 Southwest 134th.
On this issue, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Eric Groves for the applicant. This is a request for a special exception for a disposal well. We have all of the professionals and scientists here that are necessary to comment on this, but before we get into that, I would like to remind the board that, first of all, there are no letters of protest in the file on this application. So far as we know, there is no protest. And as the board is aware, this is a long ways away from the land where the surface rights are owned by Shaz. Secondly, the staff report we regard as favorable. The staff points out that the existing zoning is I-2 and it is surrounded by I-2 on all sides. Page 3 of the staff report, favorable considerations are 2 from the staff. First of all, previous drilling has been approved in this area, and second, the site is I-2. As to unfavorable considerations, the staff found none. Given that so we submitted a brief with this, by the way, which you probably read, and we detailed how we comply with all the conditions which are set forth at page 1 of the staff report. It's based on chapter 59, how we meet all of the standards of section 59-9350.66 of the code. That's all set out at page 2 of the staff report. We can review any of these if the board wishes to. We have the expertise here to address them. But given the zoning of the site, the zoning surrounding the site, the absence of any protest in the file, and the favorable staff report, we're hoping that you will just approve it.
Is there anyone here, Mr. Chairman, to speak in opposition of this that you know of?
I'm not aware of anybody. Is there? Yes, sir. We do have a couple of.
Okay.
Are you two together or separate? If you just have a seat and let the one gentleman speak, and then I'll call on you. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name's John Shields, at 411 West Waterloo Road in Edmond.
Okay.
And my company, Short Junction, Inc., and another company, R.C. Taylor Companies, Inc., own interests in other formations in the area of this disposal well. And we didn't realize that the well had been already permitted with the Corporation Commission. We have some issues with the well. I spoke with Mr. Morcoli, the commission attorney for the applicant, and I believe we'll be able to work those out. But in the meantime, we filed an application to vacate or amend the order. And at this point, until that's resolved, I don't know if it would be prudent to put this vote off until this well could be moved or it could be substantially changed, the way it's going to go. Our hearing is scheduled for July 22nd, so it could easily be up on the next docket.
My name is Pat Brunette. I live in the Calistoga addition. I didn't know about but this is in South Meridian. Is that right? Is that what I am seeing here? I have no opposition. Sorry.
Mr. Moricoli can comment on any activities at the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, but this board is empowered to decide special exceptions and should not be required to wait on decisions from the Corporation Commission. Moreover, I'm informed that this is the last day, and you're probably delighted to hear it, that you're going to be hearing any oil or gas cases. The whole regime is going to change. So we would object to any continuance based on motions filed at the Corporation Commission.
I would just say that to the protestants' comments that's true. This is another issue where we have to bifurcate the elements of a special exception, which is what's before the board, and issues dealing with well location and other things that the Corporation Commission is going to decide. So it's not that we're not attentive to your protest, it's that that's simply not before us.
I'm John Moricoli. I represent Trade Resources.
Just 1 second.
For the Oklahoma Corporation. All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, John. Anyway, like I said, I spoke with Mr. Moricoli, and I'm sure we can get this worked out. I didn't realize this was the last day you guys were going to be doing this. I don't want to put any kind of we're for the disposal well, essentially. We think it's a good idea, and it's going to help us. So anyway.
I know it's getting late, but it's getting real confusing in here.
All right. Well,
no, we are the largest royalty owner in this field. We want development of this field, and we are in favor of an Arbuckle disposal well. It's just the exact location of it that we're going to have a little bit of a problem with. And I think we can get that resolved. I think we can get that resolved, so I withdraw my
Then I would invite the board to...
I've reviewed the brief provided by counsel in this matter, which was attached to our case file here. And I'm comfortable that the elements of a special exception have been satisfied unless someone else from the board feels differently or has other comments. I'd move for approval of the application.
I have a motion and a second. Register your vote. You are approved.
Item number 16, case number 14055, appeal of Trey Resources of the decision of an administrative official regarding the non-conforming use of an oil well located at 14007 Southwestern Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, this is going to take a little while. Do you want to take a recess?
I want to point out to you that a certain member of Municipal Counselor's Office is not present.
Talking about Dan?
Yes.
He went home early again?
Technically not early.
No. Dan is unavailable at the moment.
Well, what would you like to do? Well, we want Dan to be able to defend himself, so we can pass it if you want to.
Would a continuance to the August meeting be acceptable?
Yes.
I make a motion that we continue case number 14055 to the August 6th meeting.
May I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Register your vote. That case is continued. Oh, really? That's correct. We still have. Mr. Box, would you allow them to go ahead and...
Yeah, yeah, unless you guys want to stay for the show. All right.
Oh, there's going to be a show.
Item number 17, case number... You owe me.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, here's one. Well, as long as I have one back for the file. Oh, and he doesn't, we need a, David. We need some more.
He's back. Yeah, we need him.
You only gave me 4.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Can I have one? Or 5? Can we have another one for? This is for me? Oh, for me and him. Oh,
Eric, good job.
Lordy. Yes.
Thank you all.
Item number 17, case number 14066, appeal of Ed and Diana Lynn of the decision of the Urban Design Commission regarding the denial of a certificate of approval for the construction of a new single-family residence located at 601 Northwest 7th Street.
Good afternoon. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. I certainly thank everyone for their patience. Good news, there's no oil and gas issues whatsoever in this case. I also want to thank my very patient clients, Mr. and Mrs. Lynn, for sitting here through all the oil and gas issues. What we have here today is an appeal from a decision of the Urban Design Commission. And I'm going to have my client explain their dream and what this house represents and why they wanted to build it. But I'd be remiss if we didn't start with 2 things that I'll leave you. This is a appeal de novo. I know everybody knows what it means, but I think it's worth repeating. De novo means trying a matter anew, the same as if it had never been heard before and as if no decision had previously been rendered. So what does that mean for you guys? Well, what that means is you sit here at this tribunal and hear it and apply the guidelines as if no one had ever heard this case before. And so with that in mind, and before I turn it over to my client, I want to read from the staff report dated 4/22/2015, which is in tab 2 of what I handed out. And if you turn to page 4 of 5 in tab 2, the last paragraph, starting at the second sentence, reads, and I quote, "The proposed home is in compliance with all applicable development standards, including front, side, and rear setbacks, and the maximum building height." I would submit to this board that all a developer, all a home builder, all anyone can do when they are constructing something in this city is follow the applicable guidelines. If they do follow all applicable guidelines, they should be permitted to build what they seek to build. And with that, I'm going to have my client explain what this house represents to him and his family.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Lynn. I reside at 5905 Northwest 56th Street in War Acres. Been a lifelong resident of Oklahoma City. My wife and I have been in our home for 25 years. It's an old acre lot out in northwest Oklahoma City, part of town. We've raised 6 children. We've anticipated this empty nest part of our life that's coming up right now. Our last 2 kids are in college. And we were actually in Denver about 7 years ago and kind of fell in love with the urban experience. And the way I look at it, I got invited by my community to move downtown. We're Thunder season ticket holders. We go to the Thunder games, and we looked for years, for 2 or 3 years, for property. We found this property. We purchased it 4 years ago. Designed a home that's been in my mind, in my heart. Our next door neighbor who sold us the property, who's had their house approved, had to come back through here as well. What we propose to build is exactly consistent with what we've talked about and planned to forever. Initially, about 6 months after we bought the property, we came through the Urban Design Commission and we had an issue. We've proposed a house that is virtually 100% consistent with what we proposed before. Back in 2011, when we went through the Urban Design Commission originally, we had an issue with parking. There wasn't parking allowed on either street. The access is from behind, and we were proposing to park in the front of the property, and the Urban Design Commission took issue with that. We thought about fighting. We kind of backed off and didn't. We've rethought that. We're not going to do that. But the point I'm making is in 2011, we sat down with the planning staff. We showed them a house we wanted to build, and they said, fine, except for the parking. We went through a couple of meetings. We decided to continue. We backed away and kind of let it sit for a little bit. We've come back this time with the same house. We've addressed the parking. We're not proposing to park in the front. We've got a home that is based on I call it Mediterranean. It's a home that's been in my mind. My wife will say we've been married 32 years. She said, she reminds me that I talked about this when we were dating, about building this home sometime. This is a single-family home. We've got 6 kids. We anticipate having a bunch of grandkids. This is not a palace. This is a home for our family. And we want our kids to have a place to come to when they come back at Christmas time. And that's why we're doing what we're doing here. We got a staff report back in March that I consider biased. I don't know if it's in that packet or not, but it had feelings written down, and it had some things in there that were absurd. We went to the Urban Design Commission, and they talked about our style, which has got no basis for this. There are some people there that obviously didn't like the style. A couple of things I want to point out real quick. We're on a corner, so we're on 7th and Dewey. In a normal residential development, I know that you've got setbacks that you're required to have, that you're supposed to be so far back from the street. This property, being on the corner, you've got to be so many feet within the street. We actually had to develop out to the property line on the side yard. The second thing is, the rules say you've got to be a certain height, 26 feet high. Those two things say bigger. I'm sorry. You've got to be taller. You've got to build out to the side yard. We did that. Now they're coming back, and their reason was bulk and mass. Our neighbor had to come through here, come through the Board of Adjustment to get an approval to build a home that was too low, that was too short. The materials we're proposing to use, that we satisfy everything. And there is some people that didn't like the architectural style. They've commented about it on Facebook. There's a couple of people who do. I think the Urban Design Commission was I think the staff report was biased. I'm real disappointed. I'm sorry we've got to come down here to build a house. We've got to sit through 4 hours of this. So I don't know, any questions you got? Or
Mr. Box, can you comment on your opinion on the guidelines as it relates to this project? Well, I'll leave it there and then I'll...
Sure. Well, I'll just echo what staff said. We meet every single applicable standard you can force upon a home at this location. It's that simple. Now, I think what your question is getting to is the next sentence, or the next part of this sentence in the staff report, where it says, staff would suggest that it's out of character with the rest of the cottage district due to its mass and bulk. Now, 2 things, and I had Mr. Johnson engage in an effort to look at all the other homes within this cottage district to see what the bulk and mass was, to see if that was true or not. And I think it's worth pointing out, and I know the board has had these cases often. If it's true that we're out of scale with bulk and mass, well, I would submit that it's because every other home that has come through here recently has tried to skirt the rules, get a variance to build a smaller house than the code requires. And you'll remember, home after home has come in at single story because the guidelines and the ordinances require 2-story. So if it's true that we're out of character, I'd say, well, then that means that we're in character with what the code requires. The other people, and everyone's building beautiful homes, not to slam their homes, but their homes are smaller because they've sought variances seeking to not follow the code. And so I don't think it's fair to not follow the code and set some precedent that a home that now follows the code is somehow a bad thing. But I do want Mr. Johnson, if the board wants to hear it, we've been here so long, if there's items you don't want to hear, tell us. But he did study the bulk and mass of every home within the cottage district.
Sure.
Did that answer your question?
Yep. And for the applicants, we appreciate and respect the fact that you guys have been here as long as we have waiting to be heard. So I assure you, we're taking this matter just as diligently as we would any other. So,
Tim Johnson with Johnson Associates. I'm here wearing two hats. I've known the Lynn family for over 30 years. Our kids grew up together. They stopped at 6 kids. We have 7. So, not that we had a contest. I did, what we do in our business is we do a lot of work with regard to massing of buildings, laying out subdivisions, how to best utilize the land. So when looking at this and when I read the comments from the staff, I was really concerned and tried to put it into character. So what we did is I don't think I studied every single house. I looked at all the newer houses that were either under construction or had recently been built. And that includes multiple houses that are built as a single block. And you can see it on the exhibit that I provided to you. I think it's the 4th page. And then behind that, in your exhibit, I have a little closer up picture so you can get a better idea than what's shown on here. But very simply put, we looked at all the ones that are numbered are units that are built within the last 2 or 3 years. And we not only looked at the scale from a height standpoint, which we are below several of these, we looked at the coverage of the lots, and our lot coverage is in the 50% range. We're about middle. There are several of the smaller houses that are in the 30% range. There are several of the bigger ones that are closer to 70%. And so, we just wanted to compare how we fit in the neighborhood, and that's how we felt like how to respond to that was, well, and Ed touched on it very well already. He's on a corner lot, makes it very difficult. He has to be up close on the side, up close on the front, which gives that mass feel. And, but behind his fence, he's got a pool, he's got grass, he's got a lot of open space. That's where our other 49% is behind the front of the house. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
One other issue was raised, and Mr. Lynn pointed it out, and it's worth looking at, I think, briefly. He applied for this exact house in 2011, except for he was going to park in the front yard, in that courtyard. Hearing the concerns, he took that off the table. And so if we look at tab 1...
Mr. Box, is that the reason, when you took that parking off the table from the front, is that the reason, part of the reason at least, that the house slid forward, was because we had to make...
It's in the same spot.
It never slid forward.
They were just going to have parking in that courtyard.
Oh, okay.
But the house is in the exact same footprint. And so when we look at 2011 to 2015, what changed? Well, nothing, except for this parking issue, which was the problem that they had. So if we look at tab 1 in the staff report, the staff goes through detail. Again, we meet all the standards, but in 2011, the size of our house was described by staff as the building materials in the building setback are in line with traditional urban dwellings. Well, that's what this neighborhood is. It's an urban neighborhood in close proximity to downtown. So my client was troubled and certainly, I think, offended that the same house 4 years ago, we're good, we're urban, we're doing everything that the code requires. But we fast forward to 2015, and staff has a problem with the way it's designed because it's too big. I don't think that's fair. I think that an applicant, if he meets, and again, to use the staff's language, all applicable standards, should be able to build the home that they seek. And if we had a slew of variances, I would understand why this would be a challenge.
I think we have a representative of Urban Design Committee present. Am I correct? Okay. And who would that be? Welcome.
Yeah, Lisa Chronister with the Planning Department.
Would you like to respond to Mr. Box's arguments about his appeal?
I just slipped in, so I didn't hear all of it. I just heard the last.
I think, his points in a nutshell is that, they comply with all applicable standards. And, they're questioning why urban design, I guess, looked more favorably upon this in 2011 and had an issue with the parking. The parking issue, the applicant feels like was resolved. And in 2015, they have an issue now.
Yeah, well, we never went to a vote in 2011, to be fair, so the Urban Design Commission never
But
heard.
your sense of their feeling about your proposed design?
Staff had no issues in 2011.
Yeah, it's a different staff in 2015 as it was in 2011, so I can't speak to the decisions for 2011. For this case, this time, the committee specifically had the specific finding that this case did not meet with the development guidelines in that it was out of character with that area of the neighborhood.
And I think what we have to recognize is that, the Urban Design Commission, has the standards to apply. And I concur, the square footage, the height, the setbacks, everything you comply. But they also have some, the ability to apply, their subjective judgment about whether this proposed home, is a good fit in the cottage district. And I think, this is where the rub is. I mean, I don't think there's any argument about, size, things like that. And I remember when I watched that hearing that they talked specifically about, the front of your house. You've got this wide expanse and, and I think this is what was bothering them was just that sense of mass that you had, from the front exposure of your home. That's my interpretation of how they, talked and discussed.
And two things. Agreed, but that flies directly in the face with every home that we showed them that is bulkier and massier. Now, that's the beauty of a de novo hearing. It doesn't matter. Your job as the board is to apply the guidelines as if this is the first time it's ever come before you. And I don't think it's fair for the Urban Design Commission to say that, because when we pressed them, if you remember, well, tell us how we're out of character. What's the character? And what they said was, well, it's our job to define the character. Well, no, it's not. But they couldn't tell us what the character was. And the troubling thing was, the person who made the motion to deny is a neighbor who had voiced opposition to the protest, or to the application. I don't feel like he had the standing to sit on there. He should have recused himself. And what we told them was, if it's out of character, then show us something in the guidelines. How can a developer or a home builder be required to just satisfy the whims of an ever-changing Urban Design Commission? I don't think it's fair. All you can do is satisfy the guidelines. And there has been a whole bunch of modern homes built. I'll give you that.
And define character for me. What do you mean by that?
I don't know. And that's what we asked the Urban Design.
Are you talking about the architectural style?
That's what it appeared that they were talking about. And so our response to that was, if that's the concern, then there needs to be something in the guidelines or the standards in which you could apply, i.e., if we want this to be all modern homes, we could require certain building materials and certain heights, setbacks, et cetera, that would force all homes to be modern. But they don't have those.
My interpretation after watching that hearing was the architectural style is not the issue. That neighborhood is eclectic, and I think there's an appreciation for that in that neighborhood. The only thing I sensed, the fence issue's been dealt with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The only thing that I felt like, was an issue for them, again, was just that strong sense of, the size of the house, and I agree with you, it meets all the guidelines and all the setback requirements. It's the perception because of, the proximity, how the house is set on the lot, and just that sense that you've got a very large front.
I agree. I think that was an issue. But again, it doesn't matter. This is de novo, and so it's your job to look at the facts that we presented. And when you look at these houses, what's been presented, our house is no more bulkier and actually less bulky than several other homes that were approved. And so that's the task before this board, not giving deference to the Urban Design Commission. It is de novo.
Is there someone else here that's in opposition to this that we can hear from in a different regard or different capacity?
Is there anybody else present that wishes to speak on this application?
This is a really difficult case for me. I actually, as it worked out, went by and looked at the piece of property before I ever read the staff report or looked at anything else about it. And my initial concern about it was, oh my gosh, it's sort of overshadowed by the development that's going on around St. Anthony. And, you know, there is a house just a few lots west of you that's a single-story little Queen Anne or whatever it is. And I thought, you know, gosh, these houses are... Of course, the larger homes that have been built recently are very modern. But my initial reaction to it was, you know, it would have to be something pretty substantial to hold its own, you know, on this corner and on this, at this location. And so I kind of went into reading the staff report and the information that was provided with the idea that the objection must have been, you know, that it wasn't big enough in some way, or modern enough, or whatever. But, you know, if really what we're arguing about here is character in the sense of, you may say, it's not the architectural style exactly, but, you know, what else is it? If it's just a question of, well, so this is de novo, we get to choose the character we want instead of the Urban Design Commission choosing the character they want for this area. Well, you could say, oh, it's not modern enough. You know, the homes that are being built over there need to be. It's kind of so. Well, that's not a requirement. You could say, well, it's too big. It's too close to the street. Well, you know, for whatever reason, we're moving in the direction of having things much closer to the street rather than away from the street. Whether you agree with that aesthetic or not, I'm not a huge fan of it, but it is what it is, and the city is definitely promoting that, especially close in and even in Midtown. And so, I mean, if it's not about the architectural style, I don't know what it's about.
It was very clear. I mean, they had a problem with the perception. And again, there are larger houses in the area, and there are houses that are taller. We know that. And I think it was their perception. And again, they have the right, you know, that was the perception, is that there was the bulk. And I don't think the architectural style, I think if it was a very contemporary design and essentially, you know, a rectangular box that had that much frontage and that much, the perception of a bulk, I think it would have been. And, you know,
But it meets the setback requirements.
It does meet the setback
I don't know
requirements.
how else you control those, if not in that way. I mean,
Yeah.
it sits on a corner, so yeah, it looks...
I think, you know, what they hung their hat on is that, you know, their obligation, if I can find it here, was, you know, to be consistent with structures within the cottage, chosen the cottage district, a lot of craftsman bungalows, some Queen Anne Victorian. There is no architectural style specifically preferred, and we've already determined that there is an eclectic group of structures that are in there. They make the point that there are no existing structures employing this style of architecture, but to me that was just an observation. I don't think it was the reason that they, regardless of the architectural style selected, the proposed residence is quite large, and the mass and the bulk of the structure make it out of scale. And I think this is probably what they were thinking when they questioned this application was, is it out of character with the neighborhood? Is this, that I think is probably.
Sure. And I think Ms. Powers has identified the great irony in that. When we design codes in urban areas to force you to the corner of lots and force the homes to the front and to the back, well, that's the result. And because it's a corner, it looks more pronounced. So, you know, again, I mean, we've said it, but it's, you know, that's, the guidelines are requiring exactly what we're doing.
Here's my take on this. I interpreted the hearing that we were given and watched a bit differently. And I'm bothered by a couple of factors, which is why I am personally in favor of reversing the decision of the Urban Design Commission. They were, in my opinion, absolutely legislating on taste. And it was not 2 weeks ago, or 2 meetings ago, excuse me, that we sat here and I made the comment at that time when we were approving a variance for a cottage district home to 1 story. the irony of what we're doing is we're going against the plan, and then we have an urban committee whose job it is to sort of enforce these awfully ambiguous guidelines outside of the obvious setback requirements and things like that, who now are coming forth and saying, well, it's not consistent with the area. Well, it's not consistent with the area because we keep granting variances. But we keep granting variances because 20 years ago, when I was going to Spaghetti Warehouse with my parents, because it was the only thing down here, we would have given people land to build a home, and now we're legislating on taste, and we're doing it arbitrarily. And I am really bothered by reviewing the actual ordinances of the downtown, the DTD1, which ironically the Cottage District falls within because it doesn't even have its own set of guidelines. And it says that it's intended to promote a high-quality mix of commercial, office, and residential uses, including mixed uses in single building for areas adjacent to the DPD. Development regulations are intended to promote the development and redevelopment of areas adjacent to the DPD in a manner consistent with the unique and diverse design elements of the area, ensure compatible commercial and residential uses, create a network of pleasant public spaces and pedestrian amenities, enhance existing structures and circulation patterns, preserve and restore historic features, preserve the cultural significance of the central city, and promote the areas adjacent to downtown's business district as dense urban and mixed-use neighborhoods. Wow.
That's what I read.
Well, I understand, and my point is that when it comes before this board and we're going to uphold guidelines, I feel like it's our duty to do it in a manner that's somewhat consistent. We have to send a message to these boards and these committees that are going to do this, that are going to legislate taste, that they have to be careful in the manner in which they do it. We had the same conversation with HP a few months ago on another matter. Their guidelines and standards and everything got very convoluted. And here we are again with a different committee or commission doing the exact same thing. Personally, this is not the home I would build. I mean, and you wouldn't build the home I live in, and that's cool. And that's part of this area is the eclecticness of what's developed around it. And the whole point of the DTD is to what? Encourage development and redevelopment. We got people redeveloping right here.
The only thing I would say in defense of HP and urban design is they do have the guidelines, the standards and guidelines to apply. But there is a certain amount of subjective,
But they acknowledge in their report that those guidelines are met. They don't.
I guess for me, that's the difficult part. When things come to us on appeal, it is, as Mr. Box has indicated, de novo for us to consider. And so, at that point, starting from scratch, I don't think that we have the obligation, the duty, or maybe even luxury of giving weight to that certain amount of just, I won't call it arbitrary, but I'll call it
Subjectiveness.
subjective, yes.
it's clearly subjective on their part, yeah.
And I don't know whether we have any duty or maybe even right to give weight to that subjectivity.
And that's my point, is we're doing the same thing. If we're being subjective in our review of the design, we're doing the same thing. And for someone who spent 4 years working on this and bringing this project to life, it's not fair that there's not a place they can go to get these guidelines down. They go and meet them, and then because somebody, whether it's this body or another body, feels like it's not the best looking, or they're not real keen on the design features, and they don't like the way that the masonry falls off the brick in a faux manner, that we can't do that. Because we can't apply it in a way that it to the public makes sense and can be repeated, and people know what they're going to get when they come in here. We've encouraged HP to follow their guidelines and enforce those obligations their commission enforces under those guidelines, and I think we should do the same thing here.
Well, to me,
There is a difference.
between HP and a design review commission.
No question.
To me, there's a real
But you agree that my overarching point is that they apply their guidelines, whether it's HP or something else, in a way that the public can interpret in a consistent manner. And the more arbitrary or the more subjective or the more whatever you want to call it that we are in our hearing those cases, the more likely it will be that more of these things keep coming up. And we created, in part, the problem because we're approving single-story homes that now makes a home that was perfectly reasonable 4 years ago, now it's out of character. We're getting too far afield of what we should be looking at when we're critiquing these commissions. And I have the utmost respect for the Urban Design Commission and HP. I appreciate what they do, I really do. But they've got to be consistent, and it can't be a legislation on taste. We can't do that. We can't do that to people who are developing properties, which is what the DTD really sets out to do.
We'll see if we can wrap this up. I think they had the authority and the ability, to rule and to deny you the application. I'm like Scott. It's a beautiful home design, and it might not be my home, but I don't have a problem with it. It looks like a great family home, and it looks like a great addition to the neighborhood. The question comes for us is, where do we draw the line between what we believe personally and what our personal preferences are? And as unbiased as we can be, the application of the standards and the guidelines, and in those areas where there is, room for us to exercise judgment in terms of what is appropriate or what not appropriate, is to exercise proper judgment there and to, again, subtract our own personal biases or likes and dislikes from that. I'm going to support your request. I don't want to do anything that undermines the work of Urban Design Commission. I don't want to do anything that in the end is detrimental to that neighborhood that is becoming very diverse. But what a great place to live. The proximity to, and now that the development's moving west, you're in an area you've got a great lifestyle future. And again, I think all of us applaud your willingness and your perseverance and your desire to invest in your city. So I will support your request.
Any other? I'll entertain a motion to reverse the decision of the Urban Design Commission.
I would move to do so.
Or I'm not going to entertain. I'm going to make a motion. Thank you. It's been a long day.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
I have a motion and a second to reverse the denial of urban design. Register your vote.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do they turn the air conditioner off at 5?
Our next order of business is
Election of officers.
it is time for election of officers. Kevin, in your absence at the last meeting, we decided to wait for as full a board. Since we're still 4 members, you're here now, and the chairman and the vice chair serve a term June to June for 1 full year. I was not elected as chair this past year, most of which I've served as chair because Mike Voorhees, who was our chair, accepted a River Trust appointment, and therefore I ascended to the chairmanship. Normally, the protocol is to, for those that have served the longest and have the experience and have the comfort level with the work of the board to be considered for chair. So I will leave it at that and let you all discuss it.
I suggest that we prevail upon our chairman to remain in his seat for another year. and-
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Register your vote. I am unanimously elected to serve as chair. The next order of business is to elect a vice chair.
I nominate Janice Powers.
Are you willing to serve in that capacity of your own free will? Thank you. We have a motion and a second for Janice to serve as vice chair. Register your vote. Congratulations, Ms. Powers. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
We are adjourned. Thank you, David, for your patience.